being debuted this year. Shirts, jackets, hats, posters, and a lot more. Again, the Road America SpeedTour, the SpeedTour merchandise trailer on Vendor Row. Altwell provides purposely curated, I'll figure it out, and flavored CBD products to help improve your overall wellness, your sleep, relaxation, and balance. Altwell is committed to helping you live each day with comfort and calm. Altwell, the official health and wellness company of Trans Am and SVRA. Avis is redefining the rental car industry by creating a world where mobility is completely connected, integrated, and on demand. Their goal is to offer their customers more productivity and less hassle. Let Avis get you back and forth to the track. Avis, the official car rental company of SVRA. And with that, our Ligier JSF4 competitors making their way out onto the pit lane behind the beautiful Corvette safety car. Let's introduce these drivers to you. Starting in row 6 on the outside, car number 29, Kekai Hawanio from Plant City, Florida. Kekai sponsored by Anywhere Transport and Newt Racing for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. He's got a win already this season and currently lies 5th in the points. Next to him is the 72 of Jacob Lauter. Jacob out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's a 20-year-old. Sponsored by Save 22 for IGY6 Motorsports. In row number 5, car 1 is Jake Pollock out of San Antonio, Texas. Jake driving for the Jensen team. Next to him is number 5, Dimitri Nolan out of Fairview, Texas. He's the teammate of Jacob Lauter on the IGY6 racing team, sponsored by Save 22. The other Jensen driver starts alongside him. That's the 2 of Parker Wallen out of Medina, Minnesota. In row 3, the number 6 of Maite Casares, the only female in the field. Maite hails from Punta del Este, Uruguay, but she lives in the Miami area, racing here. Abitab and Supermatch, her sponsors for International Motorsports. She's currently 3rd in the points. She's got 2 podiums already this year. A pair of 5th place finishes as well. That's kept her very much in the hunt for the championship. Drew Such is next to her in the number 28. Drew is out of St. Charles, Illinois for the eponymous Such racing team. Drew currently 7th in the points. Missed out on a points-paying race yesterday, but he was right in the thick of it for the early stages. On the outside of row number 2 is yesterday's winner, the number 45 of Bacon Zelinka out of Lyons, Illinois. He drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Bacon won yesterday by about a foot as he drafted beautifully to the line and pipped Brad Madgman by just that much. And Madgman will start alongside Bacon in row 2. Their teammates on Crosslink Kiwi. Madgman out of Australia, Melbourne, Australia. He just turned 15 years of age about 30 days ago. On the front row, the car number 49, Harbor Doss out of Solon, Ohio. Harbor scored his first points of the season yesterday, but set the fast lap of the race in the second fastest lap of the race in the process, so that puts him on the front row for Berg DMG Racing. And the pole sitter is the points leader. It's the number 25 of Teddy Musella from Orlando, Florida for Scuderia Buell. He was right in the thick of that battle as well, finishing 3rd in yesterday's race, but only by a whisker. So we've got another barn burner coming up, I predict. As the car is climbing the hill, getting ready to get into their positions. Again, 2 of our 3 Formula classes use the Formula One style standing start, this being one, the Formula Regional Americas being the other. The brand new F4 car, a little troublesome away from the line, as Mo Murray and I discussed yesterday. The clutch is a little grabby, and for these young drivers, it's creating some issues for the standing starts, so they're going to fine-tune that before our next round of racing. Our race director, Scott Goodyear, has elected to use rolling starts for that class for just this weekend until we can get that clutch engagement issue squared away. The field rolling into position here on the front straightaway, down almost to the pit exit, as Bacon Zelenka has his rain light flashing. Yeah, he's got it turned off. Everything looks good. Teams directing their drivers into their pit, or their start box, should we say. We already had one driver penalized for jumping the start yesterday. The light sequence begins. 3, 4, now 5 lights. They're out, and we're away, and I think there might have been a jump from the outside of row 1. Harbor Doss may have left a little early. We'll see if that's penalized, but Teddy Musella sweeps into the lead right away. Oh, somebody goes wide at turn 1, but keeps it under control. Musella with Harbor Doss right behind, and I think that's Drew Such right up behind them in the 3rd spot, as Musella weaving down the front straightaway, breaking the draft and getting a little temperature into the tires. As side-by-side racing already with Bacon Zelenka and Maite Casaras, perhaps. 3 wide coming down into turn number 5. Still side-by-side. That's Maite, and she's got Brad Madgman alongside her, I think, as they're up into turn number 7. Making their way down, hurry down. Speed a little spread out here at the front. Oh, we had a spinner at the exit of turn 6, but he's been able to get it squared away and has continued down into turn 8. Everybody's still feeling each other out, looking for the best racing line through the carousel turn. On cold tires, approaching the kink is always a little daunting as they come to that corner. Side by side through the kink. It's a bit sketch, but everybody makes it. Some great racing going on here as these drivers head down toward Canada Corner for the first time. This is a timed race of 30 minutes. Teddy Musella going to get out to a big lead here. He was a little disappointed on the podium yesterday that things didn't quite go his way. As Brad Madgman dropping all the way to the back, and there is some report from the workers that the Madgman car may be spraying, so they're going to keep a close eye on that if he's got a fluid leak of some kind. So it's Musella and Drew Such. Bacon Zelenka in 3rd, Harbor Doss 4th, Kekai Hawanio 5th, Christopher Parrish in 6th, Maite Casaras, Jake Pollock, Parker Wallen, and Dimitri Nolan, your top 10. As Brad Madgman at the back of the field, that's certainly not expected, so there must be something adrift with that car. Teddy Musella all by himself out in front. Bacon Zelenka going side by side with Drew Such. Zelenka takes the spot as Such had 2nd as they came across the line. Yep, they're going to show the black flag, the meatball flag, to the 95 car of Brad Madgman. So his day will be done early here. Hopefully the Crosslink crew can get that car patched up and get him into the race for the finale later this afternoon. Race director Scott Goodyear instructing the crews that they need to bring that car into the pit lane. So Bacon Zelenka, yesterday's winner, up into second spot as he's dispatched Drew Such. Harbor Doss right there behind them. And that's a pretty good three-way battle. They're going to try to, they should try to get together and run down our leader. As Musella has spotted himself to a pretty comfortable lead here after just 2 flying laps. On the way to the line. Musella setting fast lap of the race. Then Zelenka, then Such. Such looking racy as he pops out in the run down toward turn 1. Kekai Hawanio in the 4th spot has set the fastest time of the race. Kekai started last, remember, and he's been working his way up through the field. It's he and Christopher Parrish duking it out for 4th and 5th. Harbor Doss shuffled back to 6th now with Maite Caceres just behind. So Hawanio has gotten around Drew Such. Hawanio is flying right now, as he's moved up into 3rd into a podium spot and closing down on Bacon Zelenka, yesterday's winner. So that three-way battle, Zelenka pulling away just a bit. That three-way battle's a good one. Christopher Parrish and Harbor Doss duking it out just behind them for 5th and 6th. Maite Caceres getting some pressure from behind as Jake Pollock is putting some pressure on her. As this battle comes down into turn 8, Teddy Musella getting away at the front. At the line, he was almost 3 seconds in front after just a single lap. Bacon Zelenka, once he got up to 2nd, yesterday's winner, is got clear air now, but we'll see if he's got the pace to run down Musella. Through the kink they come. There's Musella exiting Canada corner. Oh, and there's a pass for 2nd as Such tries to retake, or excuse me, Hawanio tries to retake that spot. As they come into turn 14, it is Hawanio into 2nd spot. So Kekai absolutely flying here after starting shotgun on the field. Has got himself up to 2nd after 2 laps. As we mentioned, Hawanio a winner already this year. He won the middle round at NOLA and finished 4th yesterday. Hawanio in 2nd, Zelenka in third. Drew Such right behind him. And just a bit of a gap back to Christopher Parrish with Harbor Doss chasing him. Down into turn 3. This great three-way battle for 2nd spot is the one we're following, with Kekai Hawanio from dead last to 2nd. Here's the run down to turn number 5. Bacon Zelenka looks like he'd like to get that place back, but he's decided to tuck in and stay single file as it's a 4-car draft. And it's about to be a 5-car draft, as Christopher Parrish beginning to close up on the back of Drew Such.
Kind of saw this yesterday as the leaders fought for position a little bit in the last 15-20 minutes of that race. It brought the top 6 that were spread pretty far apart, brought them all right back together at the end of that race yesterday. So I kind of expect much of the same, but Kekai, what a great run from the last row all the way up to that 2nd spot, battling right now behind Teddy Musella right now.
Christopher Parrish went a little wide there at the exit of turn 7. So that's cost him a little momentum. So he's dropped back off this battle just a hair. Bacon Zelenka looking racy all over the back of Kekai Hawanio as they come into Canada corner. Drew Such right there. Those three, literally, you could throw a blanket over. Oh, goes a little wide. Behind Such, Christopher Parrish, once again, just getting a little too exuberant in that IGY6 machine. Remember, Christopher is the off-road racer as well, so perhaps he's using a little of his off-road talent to almost bump drafting is Bacon Zelenka on Keikai Hawanio. He had his nose tucked right under the rear wing, right on the attenuator of Hawanio in front of him. Christopher Parrish just needs to hit his marks, and he's got a chance to close right back up behind these drivers. Harbor Doss dropping back about 2 seconds behind this four-way battle for second spot. Musella's lead has blossomed to 5.6 seconds, so he is letting no grass grow under his feet as well as they come down into turn 5. And Christopher Parrish has indeed caught up to the back of this group once again, so clearly he has the pace. Just needs to tidy up his lines just a little bit, and he'll be in a position to contend for a podium perhaps. Down into turn 8 they come. Zelenka showing just half a nose to Keikai Hawanio in front of him. Parrish doesn't quite have the same pace through the carousel turn, so the car maybe not handling quite as well as the three in front of him because he loses some ground in that turn, but is able to make it up elsewhere. So maybe he doesn't have quite as much downforce dialed onto that car. That's certainly possible. Obviously, these cars are all identical, literally down to the nuts and bolts. It's just a question of setup. The teams giving the setup that the drivers can take the most advantage of. And the trade-off between downforce and drag is certainly one of those compromises that you need to make at a course like this with the long straightaways. Oftentimes the temptation is to take a lot of downforce off the car and make it fast in a straight line, but it costs you at other places. Christopher Parrish beginning to drop off the back of that group. Behind Christopher, pretty good battle between Harbor Doss and now Jake Pollock, as Maite Cazares has faded to 8th now. Maite setting her personal best lap time, but Pollock was able to get around her on that last lap. So Doss and Pollock now running in close formation. Maite's about 2 seconds behind them with about 17 minutes remaining, so approaching half distance. But Teddy Musella has no challenge. Oh, and we've got a spinner at turn 1. We believe that was Jacob Lauter in the 72 that had that spin there at the first turn. Hawanio beginning to inch away from the battle behind, as Parrish no longer able to stick with that group. In fact, Parrish in danger of being reeled in by Harbor Doss and Jake Pollock. But Hawanio with just a little breathing room. He's just set fast lap of the race again at a 2:19 flat. Teddy Musella at a 2:19.3, as is Zelenka. Drew Such at a 2:19.4. So after running nose to tail, I think these drivers separating just a little bit, perhaps to get a little air on that front wing. Zelenka and Hawanio locked together, as Such dropping off just a little bit as they hit turn 14 and begin the climb up the hill. This is where Hawanio and Matchman had their great drafting battle. Brad Madgen, unfortunately, with a fluid leak, retired after just one lap of this race. Here comes Bacon Zelenka down into turn one. He's going to stay right in the draft of Jaunillo. As we mentioned yesterday, tire management is also an issue for these drivers. Again, they have two sets of Hankook slicks, two sets of fronts, two sets of rears to use for the weekend from qualifying through the three races. And so when we get to race 2 of the weekend, there's usually some discrepancy, or disparity, I say, not discrepancy, but disparity between the teams as they make the decision when to take the new tires. In theory, you would think that doing so at the midpoint, meaning qualifying in one race and then switch to the new tires for race number 2. Some elect to stay with the older set for one more race and have fresh tires for the final of the weekend. So we'll see if that difference makes the difference for these drivers, as Jaunillo may have abused his tires just a bit in that run up from the back, and that could open the door for Bacon Zelenka, as we're just past halfway on this one, so lots of racing left to go. Not quite the cut and thrust we had in yesterday's race. But remember, these drivers as young as 14 years of age. Teddy Musella is not quite 15. Brad Madgen, who's unfortunately retired, just had his 15th birthday. Bacon Zelenka's 18. Drew Such is 18. Kekai Jaunillo's 17. So these youngsters still learning their racecraft. But Teddy Musella and the Scuderia Buell team have got that car dialed in. Drew Such now sets fast lap of the race as he's at the tail end of that trio. In fact, Such is going to have a go at Bacon Zelenka as he dives down to the inside. Zelenka gives way. Such now side by side with Jaunillo as they go over the Aaron's Tunnel down into turn 3. This is what we saw yesterday. These three going after it. Jaunillo wasn't part of that battle, but he certainly is today. As now we're seeing the slicing and dicing that we saw pretty much the entire race yesterday. Zelenka falling into the clutches of Drew Such, who just set fast lap of the race. But Zelenka's car really does well down the hill into turn number 5 as he's able to get right back on Jaunillo's rear wing as they exit 5, climb the hill toward the Corvette Bridge. Jaunillo goes just a little wide at the exit of turn 6. That gives a little extra momentum to the chasing cars as they come down, hurry downs toward turn 8. Teddy Musella just set his personal best at a 2:19.3, but the cars behind him are lapping in the 2:19.0. The advantage of the draft, I think, giving them just a little extra momentum. So perhaps they could line up and see if they can run down that leader. Again, he had built up over a 5-second lead. That lead is now down under 5 seconds, 4.9. Jaunillo. As there goes Teddy Musella disappearing into the Mitchell Bend as this threesome continues their battle. Christopher Parrish having lost touch with this group, almost 5 seconds further back. Jake Pollock behind him. Harbor, Dawson, Pollock having a nice battle for 6th and 7th. Maite Caceres another 2 seconds behind. Dimitri Nolan is about a second behind her. Parker Wallen and Jacob Lauter falling off the back of the order at this point. Such once again gets a good run coming down into turn 1. This time he's going to stay single file as they go through that first turn. Everybody a little wide at the exit, but still within track limits. We haven't talked about track limits, but that is a factor. If a driver puts all four wheels over the edge of the track, they can be penalized. That's at the discretion of the race director, and he keeps an eagle eye on that. Once again, Zelenka right on the rear wing of Kekai Hawanio as they come down. Oh, Drew Such goes a little wide there. Left the braking just a little bit too late. That cost him about 5 car lengths as they climb the hill to turn 6. But he's got the pace to make it up, I think. So we'll see how long it takes him to catch back up to those two in front of him. But he's maybe 10 car lengths back now after that little miscue. And again, that could be an indication that the tire's beginning to complain just a bit. As the handling can go away as the Hankooks reach the end of their life. Christopher Parrish reported as having a off and has been able to continue, so that's going to cost him a little bit. Drew Such beginning to fall off the back of this two-way battle for second and third, as perhaps the handling going away on that car just a little bit. But it sure appears to me that they're getting closer and closer to Teddy Musella. But last time by, Musella had stretched his lead back to over 5 seconds. But visibly, it looked to be a little closer to me, as we're just under 10 minutes remaining in this one. And just as I was counting out Drew Such, he's sure enough beginning to pick the pace back up again. Oh, Musella's slow. Musella is definitely off the pace. Something is not right with that number 25. Oh, man. I don't know if there's a problem brewing or if maybe this is shift. Drew Such has spun it here at turn number 1. He pinched the corner just a little bit too much, and he is off to the outside of the first turn. So tough break for him. But Musella's car definitely did not sound right when it came by us, and you can see he is being reeled in.
2 seconds slower that lap through. A 2:20 to a 2:18.8.
Yeah, something is definitely not wrong, and these two can smell the chum in the water, if you will. Yes. Hawanio and yesterday's winner, Bacon Zelenka, running down our leader after spotting a 6-second lead at one point. Something going off with Musella's car. So we'll see if he can soldier on and salvage this win, but he's got 7 minutes and a half to go. That's going to be a tall order unless the problem is transitory and he's able to get it sorted out.
Looks like the gap stabilized now.
Yeah.
So may have missed the shift.
Yeah, may have had a moment somewhere that we missed as we've been following the second place battle so closely.
We've seen it before. Maybe bumped a button on the dash.
Yep.
Changed the setting.
Yep. These transmissions are pneumatically shifted, sequential transmissions. It's a Sadev transmission, and he could have gotten a false neutral. I mean, there's any number of little niggling issues that can pop up from time to time. But it certainly made this race a little more entertaining. Let's see what his lap time is, as he's already weaving, trying to break the draft. Here comes Musella, a 2:19.1. Hawanio, 18.8. Zelenka, an 18.7. Christopher Parrish, the new 4th place runner. Jake Pollock up to 5th. Maite Casaras 6th. Harbor Das in 7th. Dimitri Nolan 8th. Drew Such has yet to come by, so he's dropped almost to the back of the top 10 after that spin a lap ago. There's the 2 of Parker Wallen. Still waiting for Drew Such to come by.
May have a tire going down.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing, is that he may have a tire going down. That could be Musella's problem too, I suppose. He's been caught. So whatever problem. Five minutes remaining. Teddy Musella clinging to the lead right now, and I'm sure his mirrors are filling up with Bacon Zelenka and Kekai Hawanio. And we may have a bid for the lead right here as they're into the carousel turn. They have caught the leader after building up a huge lead, almost 6 seconds. He has come back to the chasing pack. And again, he's weaving, trying to break the draft as they head toward the kink. Those 3 now about equally spaced right out to the edge of the track at the exit of the kink. Down through Kettle Bottoms on the run to Canada Corner. We got a motor race here, folks, with about just under 5 minutes remaining. I'm guessing we will see the white flag next time by, not this time, but next time by, as they climb the hill. And this may be the issue. It sure sounded to me that the leader's motor seemed a little bit off song to me. So I'm thinking it might be a power plant issue. The Mountoon folks will certainly be able to have a look at it, but they are all together. Here comes Hawanio. He's going to dive to the inside at turn 1. Zelenka is going to stay with the leader, the early leader. Goes a little bit wide, but we have a new leader, and it is Kekai Hawanio, last to first for the number 29. Teddy Musella now in chase mode for the first time in this race. Down the hill they come with 3.5 minutes remaining. Hawanio guarding the inside line. He doesn't want to give Musella a chance to repass, but Musella's got his hands full with Bacon Zelenka just behind him as they climb the hill toward the Corvette Bridge. There's turn 6. There goes Musella trying to go the long way around at turn 6. He is not going away quietly, as he is tucked right on the rear wing of our new leader, Kekai Hawanio. Down into turn 8 they come. Zelenka right on the rear wing of Musella. Drew Such into the pits. So sadly,
that's going to cost him a point.
Yeah, he's not going to make the top 10. Points are scored on the FIA standard schedule: 25 for a win, 18 for second, all the way down to a single point for 10th place, and that's the last points paying position. No bonus points are awarded for fastest lap or starting from the pole or leading laps. It's strictly finishing position, as Teddy Musella driving for his life here, trying to hang on to second spot. Bacon Zelenka, if you'll remember, made a brilliant last lap drafting pass coming up the hill yesterday to take the win. This time, he dives to the inside at turn 14, does Zelenka. Right on the back of Teddy Musella. Let's see if he's got what it takes to make the draft. Meanwhile, Kekai Hawanio loving the fact that those two are duking it out. The white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. Zelenka lining up. Musella throwing the block down into turn 1, but Zelenka's got the inside position. And they come together. They come together. Musella tumbles. That car goes over as they made contact. Hawanio all by himself now, as Musella was definitely moving to the right to try to block that inside line. Yeah, we're going to go full course. This one's going to end behind the safety car, which we hate to see. But the issue with Teddy Musella is that car rolled at least once off to the outside of turn number 1. And unfortunately, Bacon Zelenka got caught up in that as well. So that's going to promote Christopher Parrish to the podium, and Jake Pollock may well score his first podium finish of the season for Jensen. But Kekai Hawanio, take nothing away from what this young man has done. He started dead last in the field after serving a penalty, got all the way to the front and made it work. One of the hazards of open wheel racing, of course, is if they interlock wheels, you can climb a wheel up over one of your competitors, and that's exactly what happened to Musella and Zelenka. But there'll be no passing here, so it should be Kekai Hawanio, Christopher Parrish, and Jake Pollock as our top three. As the field packing up behind our leader, the safety car will not pick up the field just because the incident happened on the last lap at turn 1. But these drivers know what to do when the yellow flag comes out. They reduce their speed and climb the hill. So
and from the contact point, it was just at the turn into the apex. So both cars making contact on turn in, it looked like. And Musella was on the roll hoop on the pavement for a little bit, so it came down hard on the roll hoop, and then once it hit the gravel, likely made another rotation and got to the back end of the tire barrier in the gravel trap. So pretty hard knock there. Safety team on station, and we'll send John down to victory lane here. A little bit more of a subdued podium right now as we wait for word on Tenny Musella, but we'll continue to get ready for SVRA SpeedTour action. We'll get you a podium celebration here in just a few moments from America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Again, we're sending John Phippen down to victory podium for race number 2 here in JSF4. From last to first here on the grid for the 29 of Kakai Hiwanio. And we'll have check-in with podiums here in just a few moments from Road America. Again, going to have a little bit of a tire barrier repair as well over in turn 1. So we'll get that corrected as well. So we did have some time built into the schedule this morning for track inspection following that race, so it is a moment. But we'll go ahead and see the track crew headed out to make some wall repairs over in turn 1. Again, pretty heavy contact for Teddy Musella, who will end up in the 10th spot unofficially right now in the final points paying position.
Underway. Bring up our third place finisher. First time on the podium is Jake Pollock, ladies and gentlemen. Jake, come on up. Jake, you'll be down here. I know it's not the way anybody likes to get on the podium, but hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, you know, it's probably my first time here, so I hope, I think it was Teddy, I hope he's okay. First of all, that looked really bad, but it was a long-fought race with Parrish and Maite and Das behind me, but just kept my cards right, played my cards right, and this is where we are. So can't thank my parents, Eric Jensen, and everybody who helped me this weekend, because wouldn't be possible without them.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Great to see a Jensen driver back on the podium. Jake Pollock on the box for the first time. Eric Jensen, very proud team owner, taking some pictures of his driver. Well done. Are we good, Gavin? Let's bring up our second place finisher. Also the first time on the podium, Christopher Parrish, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, you've been doing double duty this weekend, doing some off-road racing as well as this.
Yeah, man, it's been a crazy weekend. It's been overwhelming, honestly, just running back and forth to Lena and then Road America and then back there. It's been wild. So yeah, I'm just glad that I was able to finish up here and let the hard work pay off, you know.
Yeah, you had a couple offs or near offs earlier on, but hey, you put your head back down and got yourself on the box. Anybody to thank?
First of all, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'd like to thank my parents. I'd like to thank IGY6 Motorsports, best team out here. They always keeping me prepared and just on my 10, you know, on my 10 toes. So thank you to everyone on the team. Thank you to everyone who's helped me get this far.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
2 first-time podium for Christopher Parrish and Jake Pollock. Christopher, grab your trophy and hold it up, if you would. Okay, let's bring up our winner. Second win on the season for Kekai Hawanio. Last to first in this race, ladies and gentlemen. Kekai, fantastic job. I mean, I'm sure you had a little of the red mist going on because of the penalty from yesterday. But, hey, from the back of the pack to the lead, well done.
Yeah, it wasn't a penalty. We had a transponder issue, so I didn't get any laps in, so I had to start last. But
oh, is that it? Okay, sorry.
Made a good run. Car felt great, thanks to Crosslink Kiwi over here. And, yeah, I hope Teddy's all right.
Yeah, we do too. Top of the box. Second time winner on the season for Kekai Hawanio, ladies and gentlemen. These drivers all donning Radford Racing School hats. Radford does our Karts to Cars scholarship for drivers coming right out of karting. Patrick Woods Toth took the advantage of that scholarship to the championship a year ago. Also like to acknowledge Hankook Tires. Always fun on the final day of racing to see how the Hankooks last and what strategy the teams use to when to change to a new set. Trophies aloft. Thank you for one more round. We got one more round of hats as we acknowledge Ligier, the builder of this beautiful chassis that served us so well since 2016. But we're all excited about the brand new JS F422 in the F4 US Series, making its debut here this weekend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for a little celebration. Let's have a good round of applause for two first-time podium finishers, Jake Pollock, Christopher Parrish, and Kekai Hawanio in his second win of the season, last to first.
Thank you, John. Celebrations will continue from the podium throughout the day today for race fans that are so inclined to go visit Victory Lane. Road America would like to recognize our 2024 season corporate partners, Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin Straubel Field, Quad, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and SeaTech Cabinets, Expel, Bank First, and MotorcycleBuys.com. Our food and beverage partners, Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods, Tortilla and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Pepsi Soft Drinks, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, and Larry's Distributing Family of Malt Beverages. Our official fire and safety sponsors, Halmatro, Jefferson Safety, AMR, Creed Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. Our corporate partners and organization partners, Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabrication, Wisconsin Lighting Lab, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Spring, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, UW Green Bay, Marwin Sports, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend Insurance, Third Coast IT, Eden Valderstone, Gravely, Clean Tools, River Run Press, the Van Horn Group, and the Wisconsin Lottery. Get ready for a thrilling night of sprint car racing at the Road America Challenge, June 8th. Located just 5 miles from Road America at the Plymouth Dirt Track. Don't miss the bumper-to-bumper IRA Outlaw Sprint Series and PDTR MSA 360 winning sprints. Adult tickets just $25 until June 3rd, with kids 6 to 11 getting in for just $11. Plus, if you buy before June 3rd, you get a free pit pass for the Road America Challenge and a promo code redeemable for $15 off a Sunday ticket for the MTT IndyCar Expel Grand Prix at Road America presented by AMR. 2 great race events in one weekend. Mark your calendars June 8th and grab your tickets now. Blake Nimme with a win at the Plymouth Dirt Track last night in the IRA Bumper to Bumper Outlaw Sprint Car Series. And they'll return in 3 weeks on June 8th for the Road America Challenge. Tony's Casimets will lead the field in the Brabham BT29. Steve Grundle in the 4 machine, also another Brabham, will start alongside. Pierce Rader in the 68. Travis Engen will make up row 2. Row 3 is Mark Giroux and Patrick Flynn. a Brabham and a Van Diemen. Dan Aaron's the second in the 127 will start 7th in the Crossley. And Jeffrey Schlich in the 8 in that Lola T 440 will start alongside. John McMurray in the 47 in the 30 of Jeff Fritz. Thomas Lopez Roca will start the 51 in a Crossley. He will start 11th. Rod Ballhaus in the 189 will start in the 12th position. 13th will be the 61 of Hector McDonald. 21 of Jacques Dursang in the Eldon. Mark Repka in the 77 and Matthew Premack in the number 9 will start 16th. Premack did not make the call yesterday in this Group 2 feature race number 2 set by speeds set during race number 1. That is Group 2 feature underway, feature race number 2 for the weekend. Up next here at America's National Park of Speed, they are on the hill going up towards the Corvette Bridge, so we will likely go green next time by. Ken Baum, a late addition to the field. Ken just leaving pit lane here. We'll start shotgun on the field. Worked pretty good for the JSF4 race just a moment ago, so we'll see what the 97 can do here. F4 up next here at 10:25, so we're just a slight bit behind here, about 5 minutes behind, with the track inspection taking a little bit longer to make some tire barrier repairs over in turn 1, get the gravel trap all set, but we are set to go racing.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. As we are awaiting our cars making their way behind the safety car, here they come, just through the kink at this point. So heading down toward Canada Corner. A self-split in this race. Basically, the 5 Formula B cars will take the green flag first, and then the Formula Fords will follow. As the Formula Bs making their way up the hill. Starters looking them over as they maintain their pace. And there's the green. Jonas Kasmans and Steve Grundahl at the front. Kasmans gets the jump, but coming up around the outside, Pierce Rader in that maroon Lotus 69B. As they head down toward turn 1. Looks like Kasmans has the point. As they work their way through turn number 1. And the Formula Ford's not that far back. Once again, Patrick Flynn taking the Van Diemen RF87 to the point. He won yesterday by a pretty comfortable margin. But the Fords still sorting themselves out. Good battle at the front between Jonas Kasmans and Steve Grundahl, as they have broken away from Pierce Rader in 3rd at turn 6. Nose to tail down into Hurry Downs through turn 7. A little separation now between the 5th place Formula B and the leader of the Fords, the Post Club Ford of Patrick Flynn, Ken Baum, in the other Post Club Ford, the 97 Euro Swift. The Euro Swift, basically derivative of the Swift DB1. Dave Brunn's all-conquering Formula Ford on its debut. Down into Canada corner comes our two leaders. Sort of a pair of 2x2 battles right at the moment, with Kasmets and Grundahl, Rader and Engen as the lead duo exits turn 14 and begins the long climb up the hill. And it is Grundahl at the point right now, but here comes Tonis Kasmets as he pulls alongside. Side by side in the run down to turn 1. Kasmets on the inside, Grundahl on the outside, and Kasmets gets it done. As that pair of BT29s setting the pace here in the early going. Pierce Rader and Travis Engen have battled many times for second. They're battling for third and fourth right now in the Lotus 69 and the Chevron B17. Patrick Flynn already opening up about a 3-second lead over Daniel Aarons in the 127. But he's got plenty of company with Jeffrey Tillich in the 36, Jacques Dressang in the 21. All there in a bunch. Mark Repka only about half a second back, and he's got Matthew Primack all over him. So it's a good battle. Ken Baum at the tail end of the field in the number 97 Euro Swift. But the battle for the overall lead, and good battle for third spot now, as Rader and Engen go side by side down into turn number 8. Looks like Travis may have taken over that position as the two leaders in the BT29s under the Mission Foods bridge. But Rader and Engen having a good battle for third and fourth as they make it through the kink. Here they go side by side into the braking zone for Canada corner. Travis Engen, I believe, still holding on to that third position. Actually, I think it's Pierce Rader up into third now as they come into our view side by side at the front. Kasmets sets fast lap of the race, but Grundahl literally on his left shoulder as the third place group comes in. It is Pierce Rader, but here comes Travis Engen down to the inside. Side by side racing for both the front two and third and fourth. Engen drafting ahead of Pierce Rader on the run down to turn 1, over the Aarons Tunnel, down into turn number 3. Mark Giroux about 5 seconds behind that battle. Patrick Flynn has relinquished the lead to Matthew Primack. Patrick Flynn drops back about a second and a half behind. The entire field setting personal bests on that lap. This is a great battle for third position between Rader and Engen. On the screen, we're seeing the lead battle between Tonis Kasmets and Steve Grundahl. Grundahl on driver's left. Kasmets trying to make the move around him in the run down to Canada. as they swap positions one more time into the Bill Mitchell Bend. Kazimit's with the advantage now as they exit turn 14 and begin the climb up the hill. The draft very powerful here in the run up to start finish. Jonas Kazimit's now maintains the lead. We'll see if Grundahl can get enough of a run on him to make another challenge down into turn 1, but he's going to stay line astern as they bend it through the first turn. The second place battle, or the third place battle, has gone the way of Pierce Rader for the moment. Travis Engen just a short bit, about half a second behind him. There's Marc Giraud as the Formula B of Matthew Primack, after starting deep in the field, the number 9. There's Patrick Flynn leading the Club Fords. Primack in his Brabham BT18. Patrick Flynn with about a 7-second lead over Mark Repka, second. Daniel Ahrens now third, as Repka has gotten around Ahrens to take over the second spot. Ahrens only a quarter of a second back, as is Jack Dressang. Jeffrey Tillich in the 36, about 8 tenths further back, and then a big gap back to John McMurray in the Formula Ford, the 47. He's about 11 seconds behind that quartet of cars. Jonas Kazimit's the leader, holds the fast lap of the race at 2:18.1, just about 3 tenths quicker than Steve Grundahl on that last lap. Grundahl gets a great run, however, through Kettle Bottoms, but stays right on the gearbox of our leader. Kazimit's maybe with a little more lead than he had last lap. It's up to about 4 tenths of a second as he resets fast lap. But Grundahl using the draft to stay close to him as they get down to the end of the front straightaway at turn 1. Travis Engen, though, getting a great run on Pierce Rader. The Chevron goes side by side with the Lotus. Engen to the inside at turn 1, and he takes the position. So Travis Engen onto the podium. But I don't think we've seen the last of this battle by any means. These two veteran campaigners have raced together for a lot of years. Marc Giraud, again, about 14 seconds behind that battle. Matthew Primack, another 15 back in 6th. And then Patrick Flynn, as he did yesterday, stretching his lead amongst the Fords. But a great battle behind Daniel Ahrens and Mark Repka. Nose to tail. Jacques Dressang only 3 tenths further back. Jeffrey Tillich now closing it down. He's only about 6 tenths behind them. So that 4-way battle for the Formula Fords is a good one. We watch that on camera now over the Ahrens tunnel down into turn number 3. Ken Baum has chased down and passed Thomas Lopez Rocha for 16th position. Baum significantly faster than the cars around him in that number 97 Euro Swift, so watch for him to try to climb his way up the order a bit. He's the only other Post Club Ford in the field to our leader of that class. Side by side for the lead is Kasmitz and Grundahl going after it, and Kasmitz guards the inside line and sweeps back into the lead. But Steve Grundahl right there with him, not going away. Pierce Rader gradually stretching his advantage over Travis Engen, at least at this midpoint of the race. Rader sets his personal best at a 2:21.5. Engen on that last lap a 2:21.8. So at the stripe, it was about 0.7 of a second. But the leaders continue to race side by side coming down the hill. Kasmitz being a little defensive as Grundahl shows him a wheel coming down the hill toward turn 5. Through Hurry Downs, down into turn 8. This battle continues, and it's going on some 25 seconds up the road from the third place battle. Daniel Ahrens still leading the 77 of Mark Repka. Jacques Dressang and Jeffrey Tillage close together for 10th and 11th. Grundahl gets a great run out of the kink and down into Canada corner. Every lap, it's able to pull alongside Tonis Kasmitz, but not alongside enough to outbrake him into Canada, as they are catching up to the back of the Formula Fords, and they'll have traffic to contend with from this point forward. That's Tomas Lopez Roca that they're about to put a lap down. Kasmitz getting the better of that little bit of traffic as he's able to stretch it now to about 5 car lengths. But they'll have traffic to contend with the rest of the way as the field is now spread out all around this 4-mile circuit. Into the second half of this race, we're about 14 minutes into it. Once again, Pierce Rader beginning to stretch his legs just a bit over Travis Engen. It's up to just over a second now between those two, even though they set personal bests, each of them, on that last lap. Grundahl goes a little too deep into turn 5, cost him a little more time. I think he's watching Tonis Kasmitz get away and is maybe pushing it just a little too hard. Kasmitz catching up to and beginning to lap up through much of the Formula Ford field. Patrick Flynn comfortably in the lead. Oh, but great stuff. Jacques Dressang making a move as he goes side by side with Mark Repka. Daniel Ahrens in the 127 still in second. But Dressang trying to take over that third spot in the Formula Ford class. Mark Repka guarding his position. The white flag in the hand of the starter. It is Tonis Kasmitz now with a 2.5 lead over Steve Grundahl. Waiting for the second place battle, Pierce Rader and Travis Engen. Again, they were separated by just about a second. Last time up the hill, it's closer now. Engen is going to make a last lap challenge here as he sets his personal best and dives to the inside. Here comes Travis Engen. And looks like he's gotten it done. So Engen going to try to lead on the final lap here. See if Pierce Rader has anything for him in that Lotus 69. Down into turn 3. Heading for the Sargento Bridge. Engen with the advantage, but Rader's right on his gearbox. They've got some traffic in front of them as they weave around that traffic in the run down to turn 5. Engen with the position now. Rader trying to catch him. Getting reports that the 21 car had a spin at turn 5, Jacques Tressang, as he was embroiled in that great battle with Daniel Ahrens and Mark Repka. But the overall lead or the overall battle for third spot right now going the way of Travis Engen. Meanwhile, at the front, heading for the checkered flag is Tonis Kasmets for the second day in a row. He'll take the top spot on the podium. As he begins to climb up the hill, Steve Grundahl conceding that second will be the best he'll do today. This all going on some 30 seconds in front of the third place battle. There's Jacques Tressang after his spin, taking the checkers. And Travis Engen with the third place finish. Pierce Rader just behind him, about a second and a half in fourth. Then a big gap back to Marc Giraud and Matthew Premack. Still waiting for Marc Giraud to make his way up the hill to make it official here. There he is in the fifth spot. Then it's another wait for Matthew Premack. And there he is across the line as the last of the Formula Bs. Patrick Flynn setting his personal best on the penultimate lap, a 2:32.867. Already had built up almost a 10-second lead over Daniel Ahrens, running second. Ken Baum, as we mentioned in the Post Club Ford, fell all the way to the back of the pack and has worked his way up into 12th right now, so a good run for him. There is Patrick Flynn taking the checkers for 7th overall and the win in his class. Comes Daniel Ahrens. He'll take the win in the Club Ford class. Jeffrey Tillich right behind him in second. Mark Repka falls to third, but he'll win his class, the Formula F class. We go back to our Formula classes here as the F4 US Championship race number 2 on the weekend. Their first race was last race of the day yesterday. Bell helmets have been worn and trusted by more champions in all forms of racing than any other brand. The Bell name is synonymous with safety, innovation, and performance. Bell helmets, the official helmet of SVRA. While you're here enjoying the races, you may need experts out on the roads to move your valuable freight. Since 1974, Bennett Transportation and Logistics has provided the trucks, trailers, and expertise to get it there safety and on time. Whether it's 200 loads of heavy machinery or a $1 million rocket booster, we can move anything together. Find out more at BennettIG.com. Bennett Transportation and Logistics, the official trucking company of Trans Am and SVRA. Bravo Trailers started in 2011 with a clean sheet approach to trailer manufacturing. Bravo teamed up with the best people and have given them the tools to get the job done right. Together with Bravo's seasoned engineering team, they've achieved their quest for better quality, a better trailer, and a better customer experience. Bravo Trailers, the official company of Trans Am.
If you're looking for a perfect gift for that upcoming special occasion or person, how about a Road America gift card? Available in any denomination you choose, Road America gift cards can be redeemed for race tickets, driving courses, motorcycle schools, on-track touring, or Road America merchandise. Road America gift cards are always the perfect choice, always a perfect fit, and always in season. Stop by the track office or visit roadamerica.com today. If you're in the need of cash, you can use your ATM card at the mobile ATM located in the paddock area near the bathhouse, the gearbox, or at Road America's paddock shop. Road America encourages all event participants to help keep America's National Park of Speed clean by utilizing Safety Clean recycling stations for your vehicle fluids. Safety Clean recycling stations are conveniently located in the paddock area. If you like things that go fast, you should try the Absorber. No chamois or towel dries your car faster and easier. The Absorber is available wherever better car care products are sold. Don't forget to stop by the paddock shop for official Road America apparel and souvenirs. Located across from Victor Lane, the store features an amazing selection of hats, shirts, toys, gifts, unique artwork, furniture, and more. If you're looking for an affordable place to stay for the races, well, why not stay here at the track? Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, invites you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is the real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento, we're real cheese people. Race fans know how to get out and do. Ice Cold Mountain Dew available at all trackside concession stands at Road America. Pepsi is the official soft drink of Road America. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse safe. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. Visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. It's keeping all ears safe for babies, kids, dogs, and adults. Loud noises can permanently damage your hearing, so get your hearing protection from Soundhouse, located next to the paddock shop or in the Soundhouse vending machines. Soundhouse, preserve your hearing. C-Tech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum cart, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed C-Tech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passionate storage expertise, C-Tech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from C-Tech Manufacturing.
Good morning as round number 2 for the F4 US Championship just getting underway as we are debuting the brand new Ligier JS F422 as the spec chassis for the F4 United States Championship. My name's John Phippen, so glad to have you with us. Eric Miller sitting alongside. As let's introduce the 7 starters for this second race of the weekend. The 54 of Lincoln Day starts alone in row 4 out of Wilson, Wyoming. Lincoln drives for the MLT Motorsports team. He finished 5th in yesterday's race. In row 3 on the outside is car 13, Barrett Wolf. Barrett from Chicago originally, now living in Las Vegas, Nevada for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Next to him is the number 44 of Pablo Benitez Jr. Pablo from Rosario, Argentina, although he lives in the Miami area, for Scuderia Buell. Pablo finished just off the podium yesterday in 4th. Outside of row 2 is car 46, Connor Roberts from LaGrange, Georgia, sponsored by ApexSpeed.com and Entropy Sellers for Team Roberts Racing. And that single car team did a great job yesterday, finishing on the podium in 3rd spot. Next to him is the number 24 of Daniel Quimby out of Sydney, Australia. Daniel sponsored by Cruise America, MAR Raceline, Fiji Airways, and Galvanize Insurance for the Atlantic Racing team. He was on the box yesterday as well, finishing in 2nd spot. Starting outside of row 2 is the number 41 of Alex Crosby from Invercargill, New Zealand, for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. He had a tough day yesterday, finishing off the podium, but he certainly got the pace to be there, so we'll look for Alex Crosby to be in the thick of it. And yesterday's winner by a pretty comfortable margin starts on the pole for this one, the number 15 of Nicholas Stati from Dalkeith, Australia. Nicholas also driving for Crosslink Kiwi. He was the pole sitter and set the fastest lap in yesterday's race, and obviously leads the points championship. So the unknown quantity is Alex Crosby, who had an off early in yesterday's race. So if he stays in the thick of it, I think it'll make the battle at the front a bit more exciting for all of us, we hope. Again, this brand new chassis with the Ligier Storm V4 power plant. The Ligier JSF422, its biggest claim to fame is that it has all of the latest and greatest FIA safety features built in. Front and rear crash structures, Xylon panels for side impact protection. It includes the Halo cockpit protection device. It's a little bigger car than the JSF4 car that it replaces. More accommodating for tall drivers. Connor Roberts is a perfect example, as he's a guy over 6 feet tall and still fits comfortably into this race car, where it was a bit of a tight squeeze in the earlier one. And because we're having just a little issue sorting out the clutch bite on these cars, we are going with a rolling start rather than a standing start for this weekend only. As the field nicely packed up 2 by 2 as they climb the hill, the starter looking them over. It's a timed race, 30 minutes long. Nicholas Stati and Alex Crosby, a pair of Australians, bringing the field to the start line. There's the green. 3 abreast at the front. Stati, Crosby, and Daniel Quimby all lined up as everybody's in a bunch here coming down into turn 1. Let's hope they can get it sorted out as they bend it through turn number 1. Everybody goes through safely over the Aaron's Tunnel down the hill toward turn number 3. Looks like Daniel Quimby, I think that's Alex Crosby actually, up into the lead with Nicholas Stati, yesterday's winner, right in his wheel tracks in 2nd spot. Side-by-side racing at the back of the pack between Barrett Wolf and Lincoln Day. Down the hill they come. Alex Crosby trying to guard that inside line as they come through turn number 5. Nicholas Stati right behind him. Good battle here. 4 cars beginning to stretch away from the 5th place runner. And actually, as I see that, it might be Pablo Benitez Jr. at the front. Again, we'll sort it as they come across the line. Benitez for Scuderia Buell with the red livery. Exiting the carousel turn and under the Mission Foods Bridge on lap number 1. Actually, I think that's Benitez back in third. Again, we'll have to sort it as they come across the line as we're working from our cameras here. Oh, and the second place car goes a little wide, and I think that was Staddy as he dropped 4 wheels off at the exit of Canada Corner. That cost him a lot of momentum. As they're still sorting themselves out. Top 3 beginning to stretch it, but a great battle for third. Here they come to the line. It is Daniel Quimby at the front, then Nicholas Staddy, Pablo Benitez in third, Alex Crosby in fourth, Connor Roberts, a podium finisher yesterday, Barrett Wolf and Lincoln Day in that order. But Daniel Quimby getting the jump here early on. Nicholas Staddy, yesterday's winner, but a great battle for third between Pablo Benitez Jr. and Alex Crosby. Quimby and Staddy spot themselves to a pretty comfortable lead as they head down the hill. But a great, really a 4-way battle for fourth place, or third place, should we say, as Benitez clinging to that position right now. But he's got plenty of company with Crosby, Roberts, Barrett Wolf, and Lincoln Day right at the back of that clutch of cars. Any one of those 4 can get the job done. Down the hill they come toward turn number 8. Benitez still hanging on to that position with the 3 cars just behind him. Crosby, Roberts, and Wolf. Pablo Benitez dropped a couple wheels off at turn 6, and that's cost him some momentum, so he drops to the back of this 4-car battle. And Nicholas Staddy beginning to run down Daniel Quimby, just as it looked like Quimby was going to try to get away. Staddy is keeping him honest. There's Quimby. Staddy has plenty of company, with Alex Crosby and Connor Roberts putting the pressure on as they come to the line. Quimby, Staddy. Staddy sets fast lap of the race. Then the 46 of Connor Roberts. Barrett Wolf and Alex Crosby drops to the back end of that group. Lincoln Day, Pablo Benitez Jr. all the way back to 7th. So Benitez off-course excursion cost him a lot of ground. There he is just now coming through turn number 1. But the battle is on for second. Staddy and Connor Roberts. 2 podium finishers yesterday. Staddy with the win. Roberts for third. As Daniel Quimby, who finished in the middle step of the podium yesterday, tries to stretch away at the front. But like I say, the car behind him, Nicholas Staddy, just set the fastest lap of the race. Connor Roberts alone in that 3rd spot now. And then this scrum of cars just behind. Barrett Wolf, Alex Crosby, and Lincoln Day. The lead battle is a good one. Quimby and Staddy, a pair of Australians. Quimby, a 15-year-old from Sydney. Staddy from Dalkeith as they go side by side down into Canada, but it stays with Quimby at the front. And all alone, Connor Roberts in that third spot. And then the battle for fourth continues to rage as they are side by side now. Coming out of Thunder Valley. As we follow that fourth place battle. The leaders across the line. Daniel Quimby guarding the inside down into turn number 1. Nicholas Staddy getting a good run on him. Alex Crosby has gotten around Barrett Wolf to retake fourth position now. As Wolf and Crosby continue to battle, but Crosby with the advantage at this point. There's your third place runner, Connor Roberts, and then this great battle for fourth and fifth, nose to tail. So a good race at the very front of the field and a good race for fourth position. With Connor Roberts kind of in the rocking chair right now between those two battles. Down the hill comes the lead battle with Quimby and Staddy. Quimby hanging on to that lead. Alex Crosby continuing to hold the lead over Barrett Wolf. There's the leaders heading toward the carousel turn. Looks like Quimby's car handling a little bit better through the carousel. He's able to stretch it just a bit through the carousel, but then Staddy can make up the ground on the straightaways. So again, it may be a setup choice where Staddy has elected to add a little more downforce. Quimby with the Atlantic Racing team, Staddy with Crosslink Kiwi, so certainly some dueling going on between the teams. As it looks like Alex Crosby gradually pulling away from Barrett Wolf in the run down toward Canada Corner. This lead battle is a dandy into turn 14. Lots of racing left to go. Still 21 minutes, excuse me, to go in this one. Once again, Daniel Quimby having to guard the inside line as Staddy gets a great run up the hill. He's alongside as they come into turn number 1. Quimby holds him off. So Staddy's car definitely appears to be trimmed out a bit more. He's got a little more speed on this long front straightaway. The roar of these V4 engines, a very different exhaust note to the inline 4s that we're accustomed to in the other two series. The FR cars, of course, being turbocharged, even a little more muted. But this is a very throaty motorcycle-like exhaust note. Mo Murray, the new CEO of Ligier, who has some motorcycle racing experience, mentioned the similarity to the exhaust note of a V4 motorcycle. Yeah, in this part of the race course, Quimby appears to have a bit of an advantage as he's able to eke out a little bit of a lead, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. And I mentioned especially in the carousel turn, it looks like Quimby's able to get away as that car maybe has a little more downforce dialed in, so he's able to generate some more speed through that part of the racetrack. But then Staddy's car trimmed out gets to the straightaways, and he can eat up that lead. So he'll have to play the chess game here to see when he might have the opportunity to get a little bit closer as they get to the bottom of the hill and have the chance to draft alongside. Even that little run through Kettle Bottoms down to Canada Corner, you can see Staddy gets a little bit closer. But by the time they get to the bottom of the hill, Staddy is right there, and then he's able to take advantage of the draft and pack right up behind him. This time, Quimby, excuse me, line astern with Staddy. But once again, Staddy pulls to the inside, or tries to pull to the outside. Quimby guarding the inside line through turn 1, and he's able to maintain the lead. Over the Aaron's Tunnel, down to turn 3. Barrett Wolf, we understand, had a spin at turn 13, which is at Bill Mitchell Bend. But he has been able to continue. No, he's into the pits, is Barrett Wolf. So a troubled weekend so far. He finished last in yesterday's race as well. Connor Roberts doing a great job. He's about 4 seconds behind this battle at the front, but he's staying in contact with him. His lap time's very similar to the 2 leaders in front of him. Daniel Quimby has, or excuse me, Alex Crosby has pretty much dispatched the challenge from behind. Pablo Benitez Jr. in that 5th spot. As the lead battle continues to rage between the 2 Australians. Down into Canada, Quimby and Staddy in that order. We've talked about the difference between this chassis and the older Generation 1 Formula 4 car that it replaces. This car, in addition to the additional safety features, is about 50% more aerodynamically efficient. Aerodynamic efficiency is measured by the ratio between downforce and drag. More downforce, less drag. So this car is generating a little more downforce. As once again, the leaders go side by side. Quimby not wanting to relinquish that inside line through turn 1, and he can make it work. Staddy's car with just a little more pace on the long front straightaway. Alex Crosby just sets the fast lap of the race from 4th position. He's about 3 seconds behind Connor Roberts, who's kind of in a lonely 3rd right now. And on that last lap, Crosby was about 0.3 quicker than Connor Roberts. As we're into the second half, or coming into the second half of this 30-minute race. Lots of racing left to go. As we've seen in previous races, as we get in near the end of race number 2, some teams have opted to stay with their first set of tires, and tire wear begins to be a factor here in the second half of this middle session of the weekend. Again, as we've mentioned earlier, each car has 2 full sets of tires that they can allocate however they wish from qualifying through the end of race number 3. So the obvious logical midpoint would be halfway through race number 2. So do you take the new set to start race 2 and have fresher rubber at the end of that race with the possible issue of not having enough for race number 3? Or do you make that first set stretch through race number 1 and then have a fresh set to really go after it in the final race of the weekend? And they don't have to replace them a full set at a time. It can be, 2 left side tires, or whatever. So we'll see how that shakes out, but that makes these races a little more exciting because of the differing tire strategies. We've already talked about the difference in setup as far as sacrificing downforce for a little more drag. Or a little less drag, I should say. Alex Crosby resets. No, I'm sorry, he just now comes by. Checking his lap time. Still quicker than Connor Roberts. It's down to about 3.2 seconds. Roberts is also a little quicker than the cars in front. Quicker than the leader, for sure, on that last lap. So Connor Roberts may be making a bid here as he's got the interval 2 Nicholas Staddy down to under 4 seconds. About 3.8 at the line. as the chess match continues. Barrett Wolf has rejoined after a call to the pits, but he is a lap down. Yeah, Connor Roberts is definitely visibly closer here in that single car team. His dad is his crew chief. Mo Murray talked yesterday about the dreams of these young drivers and their families, as this is really the starting position for the ladder for them to work their way up to the Formula One World Championship. This is a 5-step ladder, Formula 4 being the first. Formula Regional, using the F3 base chassis, is the second step. Then the International Formula 3, which races with the Formula One World Championship. Next step is Formula 2, and the top step is where every driver dreams to end up, at the Formula One World Championship. That's the reason we call this the road to Formula One, as these drivers hone their skills, many of them coming right out of go-karts into this form of racing. Daniel Quimby's got a little more cushion than he had a lap ago, as he's beginning to open up a little bit of a gap to Nicholas Staddy. And Connor Roberts continues to pound out the quick laps. Let's see how the interval looks as they cross the line. Roberts has it down to 3.5 seconds, as he's a little quicker than Nicholas Staddy and Daniel Quimby. Quimby sets his personal best on that last lap. So the car coming to him, perhaps Staddy's car going away just a bit. Got plenty of time left, about 11.5 minutes as the clock continues to run. Alex Crosby, the 4th place runner, also running a little quicker than all 3 of the cars in front of him, so he's got his interval down to about 3.2 seconds. Lincoln Day went a little wide. 4 off, had a rough ride, but he has continued. But he's lost a little bit of ground to Pablo Benitez Jr. in the battle for 5th and 6th. Alex Crosby is the X factor here. Again, he's the quickest of the 4 drivers in the top 4 right now in that 4th place, as he was not in a position to challenge for that position yesterday with a 6th place finish after an early problem. But Daniel Quimby looking strong here in that Atlantic Racing team number 24. Barrett Wolf continues to soldier around in 7th spot. He's about 1.5 minutes behind 6th. He did not lose a lap in that short pit stop. But it looks like Daniel Quimby, who just sets fast lap of the race, may have broken the will of Nicholas Staddy with about 9.5 minutes remaining. Crosby marginally quicker than Connor Roberts in front of him. As the interval from 1st to 4th is about 8 seconds, with Staddy now falling over a second behind Quimby. Staddy set his personal best on the last lap, but Quimby was quicker. So just by dead reckoning here, it looks like Quimby maybe has the slightly fresher tires And that's going to pay him dividends in the second half of this race, just as we suspected. But he'll pay the price for that in race number 3, as he won't have his fresh rubber perhaps. So that's the calculus that each of the teams have to make. Wolf in kind of a lonely 7th spot after that unscheduled pit stop. As the leaders climb the hill, let's compare lap times here to see if Quimby is continuing to pull away. He is about a half-second quicker. It's almost a 2-second gap back to Staddy. Roberts sets his personal best, and he's faster than Staddy, but not quite as quick as Quimby. So I think that's the story. With about 7.5 minutes to go, Connor Roberts, I think, is within the interval that he needs to run down Staddy if Staddy's car is beginning to go away from him just a little bit. Staddy's last lap was a 14.4. Roberts at a 13.5, quicker than the leader even at a 13.7. So Connor Roberts, the fastest of the 3 right now, and he's got enough time to make up that gap and perhaps have something to say about the middle step on the podium. Getting a report that Nicholas Staddy went a little wide at turn 3, indicating that maybe those tires are going away on him. The combination of that and perhaps a little less downforce dialed into that car. So that's going to give some fresh life to Connor Roberts, who's doing a great job. He finished 3rd yesterday, behind Quimby and Staddy. Staddy took the win. Quimby had the lead early, but Staddy eventually took it over and ran away to a pretty comfortable lead. Quimby and Roberts had a great battle through much of the race yesterday. This one is shaping up to be a little more of a grandstand finish than we had thought originally. With 5.5 minutes to go, probably 2 more laps. Maybe 3, depending on how they catch it. Connor Roberts definitely gaining. Once again, Roberts a full second faster than Nicholas Staddy. He's got it down to 1.5 seconds. So he is absolutely going to catch our 2nd place runner. Alex Crosby lapping just a little off the pace of the top 4. Pablo Benitez Jr., Lincoln Day, and Barrett Wolf making up the rest of the field. But the drama now is the battle for 2nd as Connor Roberts, quicker than both of the cars in front of him. Staddy's car definitely falling off the pace a little bit. May have been hurt by that, dropping a couple wheels off there at turn number 3. But you can see Roberts is definitely reeling him in. There goes Quimby, there's Staddy, there's Roberts, just that quickly. He's got him in his sights. Taking nothing away from the big teams here. Crosslink Kiwi, of course, with multiple cars in the field, but we've got a couple single car teams doing battle with Crosslink Kiwi. Staddy with that team, Quimby with Atlantic, Connor Roberts with his eponymous Roberts Racing team. Daniel Quimby looks to be on the way to a win perhaps, but second and third are not settled. There's Quimby, there's Staddy, and Roberts is right behind him. So Staddy's car definitely going away. Roberts really makes up a big chunk of ground. This may be the lap that he's able to make the pass down into turn one. Staddy's car is great in a straight line, but Roberts might be a little better. Yep, Staddy's driving defensively. And white flag next time by, we're being told. And there's the battle. Staddy guarding the inside line. Roberts trying to go around the outside. Here they come, still side by side. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. Staddy with maybe half a car length, but Roberts is right there. Staddy a bit of a sitting duck, I think, as the car going away from him just a bit in the closing stages here, as we're a lap and a half away from the checkers. Quimby looking in his mirrors and grinning because these guys are battling side by side. That'll take any pressure off of him. Down to the inside goes Nicholas Staddy. Here comes Roberts on the over-under. Staddy drifts to the left just a little bit to try to guard the run up to turn 6. Great battle for the for second and third on the podium. Staddy still hanging on to that second spot, but Connor Roberts' car definitely looking strong through the carousel. That has not been Staddy's strong point all race long. And Connor's car definitely right there as they come through the kink. We'll see if he can pull the pin here as they head down into Canada Corner. They'll see the white flag next time by. Side by side, Staddy on the inside, Roberts on the outside. Down into Canada they come. Still side by side at the exit of Canada. Oh, still side by side. And it looked like Staddy got airborne as he went a little bit wide. Front end of the car coming up off the ground. And I think that's cost him. Yes, it looks like Roberts is through. And don't count out Alex Crosby being a part of this. He's only, at the line, was only 5 seconds behind as we're coming to the white flag. Should be Connor Roberts next across the line. It is Nicholas Staddy. Not going away quietly. He'd like to get that done. Here comes Alex Crosby, only 2.5 seconds back. Staddy trying to go to the inside. Not able to get it done. Roberts clings to the outside and hangs on over the Aaron's Tunnel. Crosby lurking in the background. There he is, making this a three-way battle for the podium. Yeah, Crosby's coming hard. And as these two battle, he's got clear air to run them down. We got a great finish coming up here, folks, as we're on the final lap. Daniel Quimby, barring a mistake, looks to be secure for the win. But second, third, and fourth are within distance of each other. As Connor Roberts up into that second spot. Nicholas Staddy, yesterday's winner, hounding him, trying to retake that position. And all the while, here comes, cue the Jaws music, as Alex Crosby is closing them down. They're just about equally spaced as they come down into turn number 8. Crosby, the New Zealander, with Staddy, the Australian, and Connor Roberts from LaGrange, Georgia. Here they come, as all of a sudden, Nicholas Staddy looks in his mirrors and they are full of Alex Crosby. And he is now concentrating on keeping that car behind him. And that's spotting Connor Roberts with a little bit of an advantage as he's drawn away. The battle is now for the final step on the podium. Can Nicholas Staddy, who won yesterday, salvage a podium finish? And here comes Alex Crosby through turn 14 for the final time. Daniel Quimby coming to the checkers. He'll take the win. Here comes second place. Should be Connor Roberts. It is, but the battle for third just comes a little short. Nicholas Staddy holds off Alex Crosby at the line by half a second. Great job, gentlemen. Good race. We'll head to the podium to interview these top three. Next on the agenda here for this final day of the Road America Speed Tour will be Group 9, and that'll lead us into the lunch break. Remember, there is a fan walk during the lunch break. You'll get a chance to meet the drivers of the Formula Regional Americas Championship. The fan walk will start around 11:55, 12 noon, leading right up to the pre-race ceremonies and the final round of racing for Formula Regional Americas.
Well, we know these Ligiers are certainly robust, but the first thing I'd be looking at is the under tray after the contact with the curbing on the exterior turn 14 there for Stoddy in that third podium spot. But certainly a little bit of a concern with that slap down into the asphalt of turn 14. But a great race nonetheless, sending John Phippen down. 2 victory podiums now for the celebration for race number 2 for F4. Of course, we get them to end our day as well. Coming up at about 4:15 this afternoon is on the docket. Our third race for F4 on the docket, last for the day today. Mission Foods is proud to be the official tortilla, wrap, and tortilla chip company of Road America. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos, whatever you crave, Mission has the products you need to fill up and fuel up to take your race day to the finish line. So keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty. Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more. Race fans, a project done the right way only needs to be done once, so when you're choosing a natural stone for your next building or landscape project, choose Eden Valder Stone, the preferred stone of Road America. Road America welcomes partner Creed Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. With locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin, Creed Truck Centers is your Mack, Volvo, Hino, and Fuso truck dealer. Find out more at creedgroup.com. Welcome to Road America race fans and drivers. Whether you're on the track or on the road, remember nothing protects your vehicle like WeatherTech's precision-crafted American-made products. Find yours today at weathertech.com. Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. Looking for a new or used golf car for the campground? Need a fleet of cars for your golf course? Have an upcoming event with transportation needs? Or just looking for a cool car to get you around town? Call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out the inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere location. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals, Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Golf car is not just for the golf course anymore. Group 9 circulating behind the Corvette safety car. James and Brian French out in front of the field. Travis Engen and that Lola, as well as the 30 of Mark Giroux. Jim Booth in the 63, the McDonald's entry. Bruce Hamilton, the 06. Gerald Sokolsky in the 46, another Lola T97. Dave Oddie in that Reynard. 15 is Tony Smith. Michael Popp in the 13. Patrick Donnelly in the 6th. Ethan Tovo and Jackson Tovo matching my Gales. Different high-vis paint down the spine of those cars, but you can tell the difference there. Dan Kane in a Van Diemen is the 24A. So slotted to have 14 cars here in this field. Pace car at 11B. Lights should be down. When we get to Canada Corner, should be ready to go racing for Group 9. Their second and final feature race of this Sunday afternoon here at America's National Park of Speed. Indeed, confirmation lights are out. Field starting to form up 2 by 2 as they work their way through Thunder Valley. Through Billy Mitchell Bend. If you're on the big screens, brand new camera located on the Fly Green Bay Austin Straubel signboard just above the racetrack. Love that view at 13. It's great. Safety car is into the Screamin' Sicilian Pizza pit lane. And we'll let you listen to the sounds of a couple of Formula One Judd engines. Green flag is out, and we're underway in Group 9. There's your commentary free lap. Brian and James French duking it on the front straightaway, and it's a sunny day, so you can't really see it, but it still does happen. There's quite a few sparks as those titanium rub rails run along the slight undulation here on the front stretch. They're still there in the shadows if you look closely. What a beautiful day here as they go past the Skippy Road just on the exit of Turn 3 underneath the Sargento Bridge for the second time here in Group 9. This is their second and final feature race of the weekend, so this is the last time that we will see these two cars for this weekend. I'm sure they'll be back in July.
And hopefully again in September. So,
But these two like to play a little bit of a cat and mouse or chicken and egg game.
Okay, Dad, you can lead for a lap.
Well, they have a tendency to hit the brakes right at the checkered flag to see who can let who win, and it stacks the rest of the field up. So hopefully we won't see that again.
Well, this is the first race where they both started together. As we've had the first feature race, James had a problem and had to make a call to the pits, but then came back out and set fast lap. So it's all nice to see the two of them duking it out as the family French shows off their toys.
And both 1997
Right.
vintage.
These cars competed against one another when they were new. Ralph Schumacher and Giancarlo Fisichella drove the Jordan that James is in, and Jean Alesi and Gerhard Berger were teammates on the Benetton that year. Again, the engines have been replaced with Judd V10s as the original motors made of unobtainium.
And there's James letting Brian by here on the front straightaway.
Exactly. They're going to do a little cat and mouse, as it says.
I'm fairly certain that they are trying to get the gap every lap to be about the same or zero. I'm pretty sure it's a game to get the gap to zero.
Got it. By the way, there are other cars on course. Marc Giraud in the number 30 Lola T9720 Indy Lights car holds on to third. Bruce Hamilton in that 06 Swift, which we saw take second spot in the Enduro, is right there with him. They're only half a second apart. Jim Booth about another second back in the 63 Swift 016, slightly newer Formula Atlantic car. Gerald Sokolsky in the 46 Indy Lights Lola. Travis Engen in the 31 Indy Lights Lola makes your top 7. Patrick Donnelly and Michael Popp coming by in their two F4 cars, the Miguel Formula Continental and the Van Diemen RF97. Tony Smith in that blue and green Gitanas liveried number 15 of Chevron B27. Also a Formula Atlantic car back in the day.
Sounds like the 15 has pulled aside over in turn 3 potentially.
Being Tony Smith, we just talked about him.
Announcer's curse yet again.
Yeah, that's it. Commentator's curse. I should know better.
That's like the 4th or 5th one this weekend.
I know. and the French boys have caught the back of the pack already on lap number 4.
The Lola T97 contingent is putting together a couple of nice little battles here on the front straightaway, just headed towards turn 1. All kind of line astern, about 2 or 3 car lengths between them.
Marc Giraud and Gerald Sokolsky separated by just about a quarter of a second. Travis Engen another half second back. But we wondered how long it was going to take the Frenches to lap the field, and they have done so, as Bruce Hamilton was part of that battle as well. In fact, Bruce Hamilton is just in front of them, so he is the sole car remaining on the lead lap behind the two Formula One cars. just hear Eddie Jordan on the horn to the race director asking for a blue flag for that red car in front of his two drivers. Well, that was just about a dead heat at the line, 45 thousandths of a second as they crossed it. Just with Brian and
like I said, pretty sure it's a game to get to zero.
Yep.
Two incredibly gifted racers.
Indeed.
You know, James gone on to race professionally, both here and abroad. His best times, though, performance tech in the LMPC category within the IMSA ranks.
Tip of the hat to Bruce Hamilton in that Swift, holding off the challenge from the Indy Lights Brigade. They've all come together as all three of them now running nose to tail. Giraud, Sokolsky, and Engen. James French stretching his legs just a bit as he sets fast lap at a 57.4. I believe that's quickest of the weekend so far. Dad Brian not far behind at a 57.6. Actually, no, they did a 48 earlier, didn't they? Yes, sorry. I'm 10 seconds off. This is a great battle for the three Indy Lights cars. Mark Giraud, Gerald Sokolsky, Travis Engen, Giraud in the 30, Sokolsky in the 46, Engen in the 31. All in a bunch. Engen gets the better of Sokolsky and moves up. That puts him into 5th spot. Travis Engen making a bid for the lead of this group as he is closed right on the back of Mark Giroux. He was about 0.6 of a second quicker on that last lap. Jim Booth in the Swift has turned up the wick a little bit as he's closing down on Sokolsky. He's only about 3 seconds behind him, and on that last lap was almost a little more than a full second quicker. As we're getting near the closing stages of this one.
I believe Brian French may have a gearbox issue. It
sounds like he had a box full of neutrals there.
Yeah,
didn't
it definitely did. It looks like he pulled into the grass just past pit out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Towards turn one. So Brian French, that car's been extraordinarily reliable over the years. And that definitely did not sound good.
Yep. For those of you who don't understand corner worker sign language, that's 1, 1, 11, off.
I think the starter stand thinks it's James French based upon the fact that the 11 is usually the less reliable of the two cars. And we're reporting the car number. They thought it was sounding odd as the 11, but it is, in fact, the 8 of Brian French. That's kind of funny, actually, for if you're able to hear the corner network at all. And we can confirm that that is James French in the 11 in the Jordan that just went through.
Indeed.
And we certainly don't mean to make light of the cars having problems. It just is one of those situations where I have some friends that are also on the crew as well. So it's a little bit more amusing for me knowing the background stories of some of the failures that they've had over the years for parts, but
half shafts,
notwithstanding. But certainly those cars are put on a great, impressive show every time out, and there is a lot of maintenance that goes into maintaining those cars.
Oh my goodness, yeah,
incredibly. And they only race 3-4 times a year, and when those parts break, it takes a tremendous amount of effort, as many of you know from your own cars. That takes a tremendous amount of effort to continue the maintenance and continue to keep them as close to original as possible.
Travis Engen had an off somewhere as he's dropped back behind Mark Giroux, as they were running in close formation for a good while, but Travis some 4 seconds off the pace, but we're getting close to the end here. Here's a 148.4 from James French as he found some clear track. Show off. I wonder if his dad's on the radio saying, "Don't break the car, don't break the car." As dads are wont to do, you know.
Just happen to see in the camera shot over in the carousel the Road America shuttle bus going back to the new path area inside the carousel. If you haven't had a chance to go down there, of course, in July we celebrate WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redman, and Brian Redman's cat is, of course, buried in the carousel area.
Right.
So prepare a pebble and drop one off, but you'll have pretty good access to that now. For those of you that may not know exactly where it is, but hear us talk about it quite fondly.
Yep.
But there is a tremendous viewing area on the inside of the carousel now, below the campground grade. So you're actually at track level now, which is spectacular. And then there's also a new viewing platform called the Bluffs overlooking the kink, which is really the first time that that area has ever been cleared off, unless you had a hatchet and went through the woods for many years.
So they've actually cleared the trees there. So
there is a clearing there with a fenced-in area,
right,
and it is now accessible. Of course, the new path to Canada Corner is now accessible by golf cart and walking path, so a little bit easier. So you don't have to go down the very narrow steps from the concession stand down over in turn 12. Trying to make it a little bit more accessible for everyone. I know that for some purists, it's removing some trees and things like that. But trust me, we're planting new ones.
Yep.
For everyone we take down, it's usually about 3 or 4 that are planted elsewhere in the grounds.
Right.
New bathrooms over in turn 1.
Yeah.
Which has been a long time coming and a long time needed. Over by the Porsche Platz and Pearl's Los Amigos Tacos over in turn 1. So lots of cool things happening here at Road America. Some really cool things going to happen next off season that we're really excited to talk about later in the year.
You're sworn to secrecy
I'm
at this
sworn
point?
to secrecy. There are no Watergate tapes. I'm sworn to secrecy. But some cool things are going to happen throughout the year here as we continue. Obviously, the new carvings as well.
Yeah, I really like the eagle on the run here to the VIP tower.
Well, the tree that was taken down to make that has been there since I've been coming here, since I've been alive. So it's a little weird coming up that road to not see that tree.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, there's sky there. But it was necessary.
Sure.
Emerald ash borer, unfortunately, has consumed too many trees around the National Park of Speed, and
I have ash trees on my property that have gone by the wayside of the emerald ash borer.
So a lot of trees are just becoming a liability because of the invasion of that species of insect. But trying to make maintenance around the racetrack and make it make do of what we still have left
right
from the original plot. But this maintenance crew here at Road America is fantastic. They care so much about the environment that race fans and racers alike get to experience, not only on track but off track in the surrounding 690 plus acres now, as Road America's acquired a few more acres on the corner of JN 67 where that house was. Donated the house to the Plymouth Fire Department for a.
So is that big lawn now part of the?
That is indeed. So up to the corner on JN 67. So there's only a few lots left in this section from the railroad tracks east that are not Road America property, but making improvements in the long-term duration of the facility, and there's certain things that I'm sure will pop up here and there in the grounds. I'm sure more bathrooms, obviously the dedication of the Mission Foods Bridge. There'll be other similar things happening here in the facility in the next few years, as there's a generalized improvement plan, and it's all invested back into the facility. And I think that's what makes this place so great, is it's really done for you guys out there in the stands and walking around in the paddock area and participating here at Road America. Everything that we do here is really for you, and this is a great facility, and we've seen that time and time again, reinvesting in the facility, and why we're at that 70-year mark, of course.
Right.
White flag is out for James French in the number 11 Jordan.
Tip of the hat to Gerald Sokolsky in the 46 after falling back a bit in the early running in that Indy Lights car. He is right on the back of Mark Giroux right now. So those three, Travis Engen falling off the tail end of that three-car battle, about 4 seconds up the road. But Sokolsky up into contention for third overall here.
As he's working his way into turn 5.
There he is, right behind Mark Giroux in the blue and white number 30. Sokolsky in the predominantly yellow. But James French taking the Jordan 197 around the carousel for the last time at speed. As we spend most of our day inside this this glass booth overlooking start finish.
Our 10x6 glass case of emotion.
Exactly. As we as I was coming up the steps just as this race was taking off, you forget just how loud those cars are when you're out in the elements. James French sees the checkered flag. 2 laps in front of the field. Tip of the hat to Bruce Hamilton. He takes second place in the Swift. Mark Giroux holds off the late challenge from Gerald Sokolsky to take the honors in the...
And it looks like we've had someone go off in the gravel. 2 cars go off in the gravel at 14.
Oh.
Coming to the checkered flag. That's never a good thing. And that is Travis Engen and Jim Booth. I thought that we had lacked the Red Bull car coming through.
Right.
Which is Travis Engen. So Red Bull and Jim Booth in the McDonald's entry, both over in the gravel at 14.
Well, they picked a good time to do it, as we're on lunch break after this race. And coming up between 11:55 and 12 noon, we will have the fan walk, where you'll have a chance to mingle with the stars of the Formula Regional Americas Championship, as we'll lead into the pre-race festivities, right into the start of our third and final race of the weekend for them. So be sure. You can see they
made some contact, it appears.
Indeed, and some pieces parts off the Jim Booth's car.
But both drivers looks like out of their cars over in 14.
Yep.
All right, we are now at our lunch break here at Road America. 72 degrees and sunny. Turn 14 cleanup is underway down there. Looks like some pretty good contact for Jim Booth and Travis Engen into the tire wall to driver's left at the entrance to 14 and off into the backside of the tire barrier for Jim Booth. And looks like one of the wishbone suspension components came off of one of the cars. Not sure whose, but and a rear wing for sure looks like to be Jim Booth's. But that is unfortunate for both of those cars to make some contact. Safety team down at 14 working on that. We are at our lunch break. We do have the fan walk coming up very quickly here. Fan walk's going to start in about 10 to 15 minutes or so and run through 12:30. We'll do our pre-race ceremonies right around 12:30 this afternoon. And then get our racing action underway for Formula Regional Americas. That's scheduled to go at 12:40. So we are in the midst of getting ready for our fan walk. So again, just a reminder for the fan walk as we approach the lunch break: no alcohol, no glass, and no smoking on pit lane. So those are our rules for the fan walk: no glass, no alcohol, and no smoking on the fan walk. You'll enter the fan walk at the front straightaway tunnel, just like we did yesterday. You'll see the field lined up behind the Chevrolet Corvette C8 pace car, and the field will be on pit lane, and you can get your selfie with the driver and learn a little bit more about these beautiful machines as well. So fan walk coming up next in about 10 minutes or so. And again, no alcohol, no glass, no smoking for the fan walk here on pit lane on the main straightaway. We'll send John Fippen down to be on the fan walk just like yesterday. So make sure you find John, say hi, and tell him thanks for being here, and thanks for Mid-Ohio for letting us borrow him for the weekend. We always appreciate John making the trek up from Ohio as well. So we are at lunch here at Road America. Parker John's in the heart of the paddock area. Antoinette's over in turn 3. The gearbox on the north side of the paddock area, as well as Pearls on the Hill over in turn 7 on this Sunday fun day here at the SVRA SpeedTour Spring Festival weekend at America's National Park of Speed. Thanks for being with us. We'll step aside for a little bit and get the fan walk underway. Fan walk in about 10 minutes. No alcohol, no smoking, no glass, but come party with us on the fan walk in 10 minutes.
We're down here on the pit lane getting ready for our fan walk. We're going to bring the Formula Regional Americas drivers up here in grid position for their finale of the weekend. And once we get the cars staged, we'll open the grid to the fan walk. Invite you to come down and meet these stars of the future as they'll be getting ready for their final race of the weekend. So we expect the cars to head onto the pit lane here momentarily, and we should be opening the gates to spectators just about at noon. So that's the plan. Cars are making their way out of the false grid onto the pit lane as we're getting set up here. We're just getting the last of the grid into position here, and then we'll open the gates for our fans to join us here on the grid for the fan walk. Just bringing our last car into position, so we're moments away from releasing the fans onto the fan walk. Thank you for your patience. Okay, the gates are now open. Welcome to the fan walk leading up to the finale of the weekend for the Formula Regional Americas Championship. I'm going to talk to our points leader first, Patrick Woods-Toth. Patrick, a little scary moment yesterday at the kink.
Yeah, we had some loose suspension in the back, and I was just trying to hang on. There's only about 2-3 laps left, but I had a pretty big moment in the kink. Luckily, we survived, so...
You saved it.
Yeah, we didn't hit anything, actually, so, you know, I had to come in and pit, fix that. Didn't get any points, but sometimes that happens, and we have another race today, and we'll see how that goes.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Glad to know you're okay. Patrick Woods-Toth, our points leader, had a bit of a moment at the kink yesterday. We understand we have Gavin Baker to thank for the weather. So, Gavin, thank you. Great job. Let's talk to Titus Sherlock, who's going to start this one from the pole. Titus, can you make it back-to-back wins?
I hope so, yeah. We had really good pace yesterday and just hoping to duplicate what we did yesterday.
Any strategy as far as tires, whatever, that you're doing differently than your teammates?
No, we're all doing pretty similar stuff. It's just down to all of our driving, and I put together a good race yesterday, and hopefully I can do it again.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Titus Sherlock, our pole sitter for Crosslink Kiwi. Let's talk to the 66 of Ryan Sheehan. Ryan, stay there. You don't have to. I'll come down to you because I like your umbrella. So your teammate Patrick had a little misfortune yesterday, a little suspension failure, and looked like he had a big moment at the kink, but fortunately he didn't hit anything. But the benefactor of that is you're now only 9 points out of the lead in the points.
Yeah, I saw some grass on the exit of the kink, and I knew someone had a moment. I didn't know it was Patrick, but yeah, it was his misfortune turned into my fortune. So now we've closed up the gap in the championship, and starting on the outsider seems to be a bit better at the start and into turn one. So hopefully we can maybe overtake or at least close it down a little bit more.
Talked yesterday on the podium that this weekend's been one of the struggles of one form or another. Do you think you got everything sorted?
Yeah, I hope so. I think we have everything fixed and running well. So hopefully we can show our true pace.
Good deal. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Starting outside of row one, Ryan Sheehan now second in the points championship. Let's talk to the family Bowlesby here. Hayden, good start for you. You've already got a podium this season. More to come. 2 podiums, actually. More to come. How you feeling about your chances today?
Yeah, I know. We'll see. I had a chance yesterday, but kind of blew it. So, you know, we're starting in fourth today, second row. So, could end up going good for us. Could end going bad for us. We'll see. Honestly, just depends really whether or not I get a good start, and then I just gotta make sure I hit my marks.
I'm going to talk to your dad here, Clark Bowlesby, the team principal. Thank you for bringing your son and the rest of your crew here. Tell us a little bit about Save 22.
Save 22 is a group that, well, let me bring Jonathan in. Come in here, Jonathan. He's my Save 22 guy here.
Jonathan, tell us a little bit about Save 22.
Yeah, Save 22 is a veteran organization promoting suicide awareness and prevention, first responders and veterans. And it's a great organization, does a lot of great events nationally, and yeah, again, huge into supporting veterans and suicide awareness.
And if I'm not mistaken, the reason for the name is that we lose 22 of those folks every day to suicide.
That's the recordable national statistic. However, we do believe that that number is much greater than that, unfortunately. So, again, we're just trying to mitigate that and lessen that number each and every day is the mission.
Thanks for everything you do. And Clark, thank you for your veteran-owned and veteran-operated team here. It's always great. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, Clark Bowlesby, ladies and gentlemen. Nico Ambiato, the driver of the number 55. You've got 2 podiums already this weekend. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, it's very nice week for me. I gone to third place this race. I'm fast, but I had a very fast driver in front of me.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Nico Ambiato in the number 55 for the Velox USA. We did not get a chance to talk to this young lady yesterday because she finished in 4th position but was promoted to the podium. A, congratulations. And B, how does it feel to be a podium winner?
It feels amazing. I don't know. I was kind of shocked. We were on the way to the hotel, and I was like, oh my gosh, 3rd. That's crazy. First female to ever get podium in FR, so feeling good.
Have you picked up your trophy already?
No, not yet. No.
Awesome. What are your chances today? How do you feel?
I'm feeling pretty good. Just trying to keep it clean. Just make my way to the front.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Nicole Averta, ladies and gentlemen, our female driver and winning the podium yesterday. Let's talk to Jet Bowling in the 02 car. Jet, we haven't seen you on the podium yet, but you're getting a little closer every time. Tell us about your chances today.
Yeah, it'll be hard. We didn't qualify too good yesterday in the race, but I think we can pull through. Just got to pass 4 cars, and maybe there's an incident up front, but I think it's definitely doable.
Yeah, exactly. You're finishing as high up, I think, as you have all season. So well done in turning that fast lap yesterday.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty good.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Jet Bowling, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 02 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Got a couple of fans here engaging Justin Garrett in a conversation about the car. Justin, again, a good start for you. Tell us about your chances today.
Well, today we're going to try to get a good position, get a good start, and just work my way up from there.
How's been your weekend so far? You feel you've had good luck or bad?
I think we had bad luck because, yeah, we had bad luck because of my starts, and Yeah.
Best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Justin Garrett in the 17 car for the Speed Factory. Landon Matriano Lim, who is angling for my job when he retires as a driver. Landon was a co-commentator with me for a couple races at NOLA. You've had kind of an eventful weekend.
Oh, absolutely. With a little chaos at the kink and this track being so fast, it's just incredible, every single bit of it.
Is this the first time you've driven here?
It's the second weekend I've driven here, so not that much experience here. It's just all speed here. It's incredible. Such a risky track, though. When you go off, you go off.
Exactly right. If you make a mistake, you know about it. How do you think your chances are today? You feeling good about moving forward?
Feeling absolutely great. We fixed the car setup yesterday in race 2, so I was able to find my groove again and just ready to make some moves in this race. Looking real good.
Moving over to the Crosslink Kiwi team, does it make a big difference because you came from a kind of a single car effort last year, and now you've got the juggernaut behind you? That certainly has got to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Being brand new to motorsport, just this being my second year, having these guys as my teammates running at the front, it gives me such a good margin to get to and know where I'm at. And I'm getting there, so I'm super excited.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Landon Matriano Lim, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 73 for Crosslink Kiwi. Let's talk to Rico Slauman. Rico, you've got a pretty good start today. You're, off the back row for sure. Tell us about your chances.
We've been having some problems with vibrations all weekend, so as long as we can get past that and get through the race, we have a good chance.
You raced with us in F4 for a partial season back in 2018, and then what have you been doing in between? I know you've been racing, but not here.
No, I haven't been doing anything. This is my first year back, so just gaining my confidence back and getting back out there.
All right. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Rico Slauman, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 25 for Crosslink Kiwi. Let's talk to James Lawley in the number 77 car. James, we haven't had a chance to talk. Welcome to the championship.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's a leading question. Yeah, there you go. Tell us about your journey so far. I know that it's a learning curve for you because you didn't race with us in the F4 championship. So was this a big learning curve for you to jump into this car?
It's a pretty big learning curve, but I did race like the last 2 races, I think, last year in F4, so I have some experience with that, and I raced kind of the Western Series with that car, but it's definitely a lot different driving this car than that car. There's a lot more downforce and power, obviously, so that's the main differences there.
You're one of the tallest drivers in the field. Did you have any trouble adapting to this car?
This car is actually a lot easier for taller people, I guess, than the older generation F4 car. That one was pretty tight. My knees were hitting the top of the cockpit there, and this one's got a lot more space. It's a lot more open.
Hey, well, good luck this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to have an Oklahoma driver in the field. The number 77 of James Lawley.
It's carbon fiber, but this is it's a Formula One helmet actually. Yeah. You don't get to see much. That's your holy cow. That's what we get to see out of there. So you see nothing.
Yeah.
So we're in there.
We're like blinders. Like television.
And then we have a really comfy seat.
We saw his. I was like, next time ask for padding.
Look at this one.
Look at his.
Look at mine. Even has my name on it.
Oh.
And
It is so comfy that pre-grid I fall asleep. And given I can't see anything out of the helmet, on this long straightaway, often I'm sitting there just thinking, and then I open my eyes and brake. Oh, sorry.
It's all good. Kevin Jansen talking to some of the fans here. Kevin, it's great to have you in the championship as our Masters competitor. You had another Masters driver at NOLA. He's not here this weekend, but he's going to be back with us later in the season. But congratulations on the Masters championship for the last 2 years.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, I really enjoy being here. This is actually, this place is my favorite place in the whole wide world. Road America is the best, and I love the people here. They're so friendly, and the track is maybe the best track in the world, I think. And we'll be back next year. Just love it here.
I know we make some jokes at your expense about your age.
You do, and I hear that.
Being older than the parents of most of our drivers, but there's Paul Newman had a great credit about old age and treachery taking over from youth and enthusiasm. So is that your motto?
Well, no, I'm not going to take that from Paul, but I'm going to just say this. When I'm out there, I feel like a rabbit being chased by wolves, and it's really a blast to be on the track with these young kids. They're fantastic drivers, and I'm just trying to learn something every time I go out.
You, in addition to driving, you're an avid tennis player, I understand, and an extreme skier?
Yeah, I do both of those, that's right, and hockey. Hockey's my big sport.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were on the amateur hockey team that won the national championship for a number of years.
Yeah, we were with the Labatt Blue Hockey Club, and we've won the U.S. national championship 4 years, and it was quite an honor to be able to participate on that team. A lot of legendary players and good times.
I'm glad to know that you're living the dream.
Living the dream, loving it, yeah.
Kevin Jansen, ladies and gentlemen, from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly, we must ask you to begin to make your way toward the exits, as we'll need to clear the grid as we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies. We've still got a little time before the drivers need to load into their cars. But again, those of you here on the pit lane, if you would gradually make your way down to the gate that you entered the fan walk in, we'd appreciate it, as we need to begin to clear the grid in preparation for opening ceremonies. By the way, I just want to let all of you fans know that have been here with us. We had an incident on the last lap in our JSF4 race earlier today. Kind of a scary incident where Teddy Musella did a bit of a roll at the outside of turn 1. I'm happy to report that Teddy is okay, no ill effects. The car, not so much, but the team's working hard to either get it rebuilt or perhaps get a backup car ready. So just want to let everybody know the good news that Teddy Musella is just fine. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we've reached the end of our fan walk, so we must ask all non-team personnel to please make your way to the exit of the pit lane. Thank you so much for taking part, but we have to clear the lane to get ready for our pre-race festivities and allow these drivers and teams to get these cars ready for the race. As the last of the fans have made their way behind the pit wall, we want to thank everybody for taking part in the fan walk. Thanks so much. Hope you had a chance to see these cars up close and personal. Saw a lot of great interaction between the fans and the drivers. That's what we're all about here in the Formula Regional Americas Championship, as well as F4 US and the new JSF4 Championship. As we got 2 more races to go after this one to put a period on the Road America SpeedTour. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get our pre-race festivities underway. If we could ask you to please rise and remove your cover. For the invocation, here's John Everett, the Communications Director for Road America.
Dear friends, as we gather for today's event, let us bow our heads in reverence. Lord, we ask for your blessing upon our competitors, guiding their hands and hearts with skill and safety. We also lift up in prayer for our courageous military members and first responders whose sacrifices secure our safety and freedoms. Lord, grant us all the strength and spirit of unity as we embark on this event on this beautiful day. Amen.
Thank you, John. Beautifully put. And now I'd like to introduce Anton Pietenpaul, who will give us our national anthem. Anton?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's have a good round of applause for Anton Piedenpaul, an Air Force veteran. Thank you, Anton, for your service and your beautiful rendition of our national anthem. Drivers, in your cars, please. Drivers, in your cars. The 5-minute board is up on the grid. Teams and drivers will ask you to hold off on cranking the engines until we have the command. As we're counting down to the command to get things started, the man who will deliver this command is the brand new CEO of Ligier Automotive North America, Mo Murray. Mo and I had a great talk yesterday during the first of the F4 races for the weekend. Mo, welcome to Road America. I know it's not your first visit.
No, my first time to this racetrack was in 1988 to an AMA championship motorcycle race, actually. So, and I've been here many, many times since then, and it's vacation every time you come here. It's such a beautiful, well, you guys call it the National Park of Speed, which is exactly appropriate because it's such a wonderful facility. And, you know, the weather's been very kind to us today. What a beautiful day here. So.
Yeah, thanks to the Chamber of Commerce for this fantastic weather. And it is one of the heroic European-style tracks in North America. Every driver loves it that I've talked to. I haven't talked to anybody who says, oh, I hate to come here.
No, it's of all the tracks in America, you know, it's reminiscent of the big long tracks, the old tracks in Europe like Spa or even the Monza. It has those big long straightaways, fast parabolic type corner. Carousel over here is epic. Canada corner breaking, awesome racetrack.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but talk about the future of Ligier Automotive North America vis-a-vis these two series, especially the brand new JSF 422.
Yeah, bright future for Automotive North America. Obviously, we're owned by and very closely related to Ligier Automotive, a global company, race car builder in both sports cars and open wheel cars. Here in the U.S., the JS4 Ligier Cup series that ran earlier, the brand new JS 422, the new F4 car that we launched here this weekend, and of course these Formula Regional America cars have been around for a couple of years. Very, I mean, this is the top series in this part of the ladder. Very high performing cars, very safe cars. They all meet the latest FIA standards, and we see a very bright future. We've had lots of good interaction with teams and drivers this weekend. As I come up to speed, I'm brand new with the team, so there's a lot of interest in growing the participation levels in all three of these series, and that'll be good for everybody. We'll grow the series, we'll grow the dates, we'll do all those kind of things to make this a pretty cool race series. And when you can do it with a grid walk like you guys just had, fan engagement, everybody loves coming out and meeting the drivers and seeing the cars up close, so that's awesome what's going on.
That's all down to Ashley. So we thank Ashley for doing all that. She's our PR director. So we're just a couple minutes away here. Not yet. We're just about 30 seconds away to the command to get things started. Mo Murray will be delivering those most famous words in all of sport, not just motorsports. Let's hear it from Mo Murray. Mo?
Drivers, start your engines.
Beautifully done. Mo Murray, new CEO of Ligier Automotive North America. That's my cue to get off the grid, and let's get this race underway, ladies and gentlemen. The finale of the weekend for Formula Regional America. Once again, thanks to all you fans for taking part in the fan walk. We had good attendance and everybody seemed to enjoy themselves, and that's exactly what we want to see. As these drivers are making their way around the track behind the safety car, let's officially introduce the drivers, although I think we talked to everybody down on the grid. Starting outside of row 6, the number 24 of Kevin Jansen from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Kevin sponsored by U.S. Power Group and Data Center Solutions for Crosslink Kiwi. Next to him, James Lawley out of Halifax, Canada. James in the number 77 car for Kart Bond Racing and the Atlantic Racing team. Rico Slauman in the number 25 will start outside of row 5 from Los Angeles, California for Crosslink Kiwi. And Landon Matriano Lim in car 73 from Shreveport, Louisiana. He's sponsored by 739 Racing for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row 4 on the outside, car 17, Justin Garrett from Miami, Florida. He races for the Speed Factory. Alongside Justin is car number 02, Jet Bowling from Dallas, Texas, racing for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. In row 3 on the outside, car number 6, Nicole Haverda, the only female in our field. She's from Comox, British Columbia, notched a podium earlier this weekend. She's sponsored by Valley Kitchens and Colonial Countertops for Crosslink Kiwi. Starting alongside her, the number 55 of Nico Ambiato. Nico from Santiago, Chile, although he's living in the Miami area at the moment, sponsored by T-Link and Allegro for the Velox Racing team. In row 2 on the outside, car 22, Hayden Bowlesby from Folsom, Louisiana, sponsored by Save 22 for the IGY6 Motorsports team. Next to him, the number 27 of our points leader, Patrick Woods-Toth, the reigning USF4 champion from Montreal, Quebec, into Crosslink Kiwi. The front row are all Crosslink Kiwi drivers. On the outside, the man who's second in the points now, the 66 of Ryan Sheehan from Horseshoe Bay, Texas, near Austin. And our pole sitter, the number 31 of Titus Sherlock from Prosper, Texas, for Crosslink Kiwi. Just as the last of the cars roll into position, we are getting ready to go. The green light's on the gantry, indicating that the field is full. The light sequence begins. The engines will come up on the rev limiters, and when the lights go out, we dump the clutch. Everybody's away. You can see some wheel spin as these 303 horsepower Mountoon-tuned engines do the job. Titus Sherlock trying very hard to get push a little wide. The man who was on the front row with him, Ryan Sheehan, his teammate. Sherlock gets it done. Sheehan now coming under attack by Patrick Woods-Toth as the 3 Crosslink Kiwi teammates going after it here in the early going. Right behind them is Nico Ambiato and Hayden Bowlesby as they exit turn 3 and under the Sargento Bridge. Good, tightly bunched field here on this first lap as they go down the hill toward turn 5. Sherlock said he was going to try to get away and build up an advantage at the front, but his teammates are going to have something to say about that as Ryan Sheehan and Patrick Woods-Toth duking it out for second and third. Up the hill, under the Corvette Bridge to turn number 6. Ambiato stuffs it down inside Hayden Bowlesby. Bowlesby hanging tough on the outside there at turn number 6. Through turn 7 and into hurry downs as they make their way toward turn number 8. Sherlock getting away just a little bit as his 2 teammates fending off Nico Ambiato right now. 2 wide, about 2 rows deep as they work their way through turn number 8. Through the carousel turn. That long, seemingly endless sweeping right-hander under the freshly dedicated Mission Foods Bridge and then into the kink. This is where it all went wrong for Patrick Woods-Toth yesterday. I found out that it was a suspension failure that pitched him off track, but he saved it, got into the pits, they repaired the suspension and got him back out. Unfortunately, he did not score any points and did not make serious contact with the barrier. That's a great thing. We were marveling as we got a quick replay of that at just how quick his hands were. As Titus Sherlock goes a little wide, wow, so does Patrick Woods-Toth as they make their way down into turn 14. Still cold tires. It takes a lap or 2 to get the temperature up, especially with this very smooth new track surface here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Sherlock, Sheehan, and Woods-Toth with Nico Ambiato in 4th, Hayden Bowlesby in 5th, Nicola Verda in 6th, Justin Garrett and Jet Bowling, Landon Matriano Lim down just a bit, James Lawley, Rico Slauman, and Kevin Jansen bringing up the rear as they work their way through turn 1, down the hill toward turn 3. Pretty much line astern now as everybody's kind of settled in. But this long 30-minute race, as we saw in the race that just concluded, the F4 race, that it doesn't take much for these cars to begin to feel a little tired. And this is the 3rd race of the weekend. The cars not so much, but the tires definitely can play a factor here. As you remember, they've got two full sets of Hankook slicks that have to last throughout the weekend. And everybody's on their final set. Some of them worn, others have gambled and go with new tires. But we talked to Titus Sherlock on the grid, and he said all his teammates on the Crosslink Kiwi stable were doing about the same thing. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Pretty good battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Ambiato, Bowlesby, Haverda, and Garrett in close formation. Titus Sherlock starting to come back into play as his teammate Ryan Sheehan, who's by his own admission had kind of an ill-fated weekend. The car has just not been the way that he had hoped it would be. They've had just a few niggling problems. It kind of came good for him in the second race, where he finished on the podium in second spot. He's hoping to maybe get one better here this weekend in the final. Down into turn 14. Sherlock, who looked like he was going to try to run away, has now kind of stabilized his pace, and that's allowed Sheehan to stick right with him as they're running very similar lap times. Patrick Woods-Toth across the line in third. Then a little bit of a gap to the fourth place runner, Nico Ambiato. Hayden Bowlesby and Nicola Verda very close as they come by start-finish. Only a tenth of a second separating those two as they head down toward turn number 1. Averda looking for an opportunity as she tried to get to the inside of Hayden Bowlesby at turn 1. Wasn't quite able to make it happen, but she is right on his gearbox. These FR cars, because they generate so much more downforce than their F4 counterparts, make it a little tougher for these drivers to follow closely. They have to, give a little room so that they can keep air on that front wing. So it's a tactical chess move for these drivers. Looks like Jet Bowling may have some bad luck as there's a car nosed into the barrier at turn 13, which is right at the exit of the Bill Mitchell bend. And he is just off driver's right, up against the barrier. So Jet Bowling not coming by at the end of the first lap. And it looks like they're going to dispatch a safety crew to get his car recovered. So we're going to bring out the safety car for the first time in this race, and that will pack things up. Yeah, that was a problem at turn 13. He went a little wide coming out of the Bill Mitchell bend, got all four wheels off on the grass, and that car jumped in the air just a bit. Eric, you had a good replay of that?
Yeah, just took a look at the replay. Got a little wide on the rumble strips, exit of 13, so just before the cut, actually got into the grass, and there's a little bit of a ripple in the dirt there, and caught the rut, and the car lifted up off the ground, actually sailed probably about halfway across the access road to 13 before the car settled down, and by that point, car already fully loaded on the suspension, skipped through the grass and then nosed into the tire barrier to driver's right, just past the access road. So it's right by the Fly Green Bay billboard that hangs over the racetrack. So we got a pretty good replay of that. Unfortunately, we can't share that with you, but with our system. But very honestly, that was a rough ride for Jet Bowling.
Safety car is out on track and picking up our leaders, so that will pack the field up. Let's do a quick full field rundown for you while we're taking a breath here after just 2 racing laps. Titus Sherlock, the pole sitter, in the lead. Ryan Sheehan, who started second, running second. Same with Patrick Woods-Toth. Nico Ambiato has moved around Hayden Bowlesby to take over 4th spot, but Bowlesby's right there with him in the 5th position. Nicola Verda started 6th, lying 6th right now. Justin Garrett has picked up a couple spots. He started 8th, is now up to 7th. Landon Montriano Lim in 8th. James Lawley in 9th. Rico Slauman in the final points-paying position. Kevin Jansen, our Masters competitor, in the 11th spot. And Jet Bowling, of course, off track in the 0-2 for Crosslink Kiwi. This is our 6th round of racing for the 2024 season. And we have had 4 different winners in the 6 rounds so far. The only repeat winner is Patrick Woods-Toth, the points leader. He won 1 race at NOLA and won the first round here. But as we talked about on the grid, that suspension failure and near crash into the barrier at the kink cost him any chance to earn points yesterday. So that allowed his teammate Ryan Sheehan to close up to within 9 points of the points battle. So we've got plenty of racing left to go this season. There'll be an ample opportunity for these top 3 drivers to sort it out amongst themselves. Ryan Sheehan, a winner in his own right at NOLA in the round number 3, and had his best finish of this weekend with a second at round 2 late yesterday afternoon. And he was pretty optimistic that the things he learned and perhaps exercising the bad luck he's been fighting all weekend would give him a fighting chance at this point. Titus Sherlock won that race yesterday afternoon after finishing second in the morning. So Titus has been on the podium twice already this weekend, and he is at the point only 1 point behind Ryan Sheehan in the points charge. It's a little early to be talking about championships, but just to give some indication of just how close this championship is. Cole Kleck, who's 4th in the points, is not racing with us here this weekend. He finished on the podium in all 3 races at NOLA with a win in one of them, but unfortunately not able to be with us here this weekend. So he will most likely relinquish that 4th place to Nico Ambiato or Hayden Bowlesby, who are right behind him in the points championship. Ambiato with 2 podium finishes so far this year, a pair of 3rds. Hayden Bowlesby with a podium finish at NOLA. Only the 2nd podium of his FR career. Nicola Verda, as we talked about, finished 4th on the road, but due to a penalty for a false start to Nico Ambiato, she was promoted to 3rd, and she will have 3rd place honors for race number 2 of the weekend, race 5 on the season. The rest of so everybody in the first 7 positions has been on the podium at least once over the course of this young season. Justin Garrett has a perfect record of points finishes in the Speed Factory car, as he's finished in the top 10 in all 5 races so far. Jet Bowling, unfortunately, not quite as consistent. He's had 3 points finishes in the 5 races, and it looks like that's going to be it for the first 6 for Jet after his off there at the exit of turn 13. James Lawley, 4 points finishes for him. Landon Montreano-Lim has had 3. Rico Slauman has had 3 as he's returned to racing. Again, raced with us in a partial schedule in the F4 Championship all the way back in 2018, but has had the opportunity to get together and step up into the Formula Regional Americas car this year, and he's got 3 points finishes in the 6 races, or the 5 races so far. Same story for Kevin Jansen. He's got a couple points finishes. And then 2 other drivers who are not with us this weekend who did race at NOLA, Anthony Altiello and Alex Benovitz, not racing with us here this weekend. We've got Jet Bowling's car cleared from the incident there at turn 13, and we understand we're going to go green this time by. The field just now going under the Sargento Bridge. Behind the safety car, the beautiful Corvette safety car here at Road America. For those of you who have not been with us before, just to reiterate that these cars, as we talked about to Mo Murray, are built in Denver, North Carolina. Some of the carbon fiber fabrication of the tub is done at Ligier's headquarters in France, but those are shipped over to the U.S. And as we can see, Jet Bowling's car with some damage to the front suspension coming into the pit lane on the hook. The power plants are prepared by Mountoon. It's a Honda-based K20 power plant. It's basically the same engine as in the Honda Civic Type R, a turbocharged 4-cylinder double overhead cam 16-valve 2-liter motor, and in race trim makes just about 300 horsepower, 303 to be exact. Our tire supplier for the past several years has been Hankook. Hankook brought some learnings to us from their experience in other F4 and FR championships around the world, and that has paid great dividends. These tires have been durable and reliable, and the teams and drivers are very complimentary on their life cycle. They're not a really peaky tire. Some race tires, you know, are only good for 1 or 2 good laps and then they kind of fall off. These Hankooks are much more consistent. And this year there is a slightly different rubber compound being brought to the racetrack by Hankook. So these teams and drivers having a little adjustment with that new compound in these Hankook tires. Hankook, of course, had a very disastrous factory fire last year that really played havoc with the deliverables. But Danny Von Dongen, who runs Hankook Motorsports here in this country, did a fantastic job of allocating those tires and getting them to the racetrack, as he and his crew does for every one of our races. So we thanks Danny for all the hard work and the Hankook tires for their sponsorship. The green flag flies, and we are back underway. Line astern is everybody as they make the run down toward turn 1. Titus Sherlock right in the middle of the racetrack. Now he's going to fade over and guard the inside line to avoid somebody getting a run on him. And we got a couple cars going wide. It looked like Hayden Bowlesby and Nico Ambiato went wide at turn 1. They're able to get back at it, but they've lost several positions. And I think that's going to promote Nicole Haverda up into 4th spot. Everybody working their way down the hill under the Sargento Bridge. Tires a little cooled off after a lap or 2 behind the safety car. But once again, a little defense now from Titus Sherlock after he had a pretty clear run. But he's got Ryan Sheehan all over his back wing, and Patrick Woods-Toth, the points leaders, right there as well. Those 3 have pulled out just a little bit of a gap on the 4th place runner, Nicola Verda. Down into turn number 7. A 3-car breakaway at the front, then another couple cars with Hayden Bowlesby and Nicola Verda and Justin Garrett, excuse me. Hayden dropping back just a little bit after going wide there at turn number 1. Looks like Nico Ambiato has recovered to get back up into 5th spot as they're exiting the carousel turn under the Mission Foods Bridge and into the kink. Landon Matriano Lim, I think, also making some moves here, as he's been able to take advantage of off-course excursions from some other drivers, and it looks like he's going to be up in the thick of it here before too much longer. Oh, and we've got a spinner, as we've had another car drop a wheel off at the exit. It looks like that's the 71, perhaps. 77. James Lawley, I think. I'm not sure. We'll sort it. He did not make contact with anything, I don't believe. But again, very similar to Jet Bowlingson, said he dropped a wheel off and the rear end just stepped out on him. And he spun all on his own. And that car going around. And it was James Lawley in the 77. No contact. And
looking at the replay, no contact.
Hopefully he'll be able to get that car refired. These cars do have self-starters, so they should be able to refire on their own. And he has continued. Turning our attention back to the battle at the front, it's now become pretty much a 5-car battle. Sherlock, Sheehan, and Woods-Toth. Then Nicola Verda, Justin Garrett, and Landon Matriano Lim at the tail end of that group. Hayden Bowlesby and Nico Ambiato both fell back after going wide at turn 1 a lap ago. They slotted into 7th and 8th. Kevin Jansen and Rico Slauman rounding out the top 10. Those are the points-paying positions. James Lawley will not lose a lap, but he's going to lose a whole bunch of time. He just came by 53 seconds behind the 10th place runner. Oh, and we've got another spin. Just past the kink. It's a car going around. Man, this is just so unusual. And again, I don't know if the car made it to the barrier. And that was Patrick Woods-Toth. Again, that's the same place he had a spin yesterday. But he's been able to continue. But my goodness. So Titus Sherlock and Ryan Sheehan pretty much all alone now. Nicola Verda up into a podium spot for the second consecutive race with Justin Garrett right behind her. This would easily be Garrett's best finish of the season if it stays the way it is. He's had a couple of 8ths, a couple of 6th, and a 7th. And we understand that the 2.7 has pulled off at Canada Corner, so there may be some damage there.
Yeah, looking at Patrick Woods-Toth, he did something very similar to yesterday. Yesterday, he had the left rear on just the painted rumble strips. This time, he pushed wide left and had all 4 tires off onto the grass well after the start of that apex of the corner, and then full course yellow with him pulling to a stop near Canada Corner. But it looked like he did make a little bit of contact with the wall as he had gone around. It did impressive save again from yesterday to today.
Yep.
Both times really just grazing, it looked like, the left side tires up against the barrier, but able to be able to basically, so to speak, stick the landing after spinning all the way down through Kettle Bottoms in front of traffic. Great job by everybody getting on the binders to miss him.
Yep.
As he spun across traffic left to right. And then got back underway. But a great job by the rest of the field to avoid him in that circumstance for sure.
So for the second time in this young race, we've got a safety car coming up to pick up the field, as we'll need to get Patrick Woods-Toth car out of harm's way. That's going to promote James Lawley up into 10th after his spin. Jet Bowling so far, the only one of the 3 spinners we've had that has been unable to continue because of some suspension damage on that car. But Lawley and Woods-Toth, Lawley able to get away with it as he was able to restart on his own. Woods-Toth, unfortunately, discovered he had more damage than thought as he continued from the scene of the spin, but then realized something was amiss and pulled it off in the vicinity of Canada Corner. Yeah, he went straight off at Canada looking for it, and looks like he's got a damaged front wing, among other things. So
yeah, left front wishbone looks like it's tipped in a little bit more camber than you'd like to see.
Exactly.
But pulled to a stationary stop on the outside of Canada Corner, so may have gone through and just decided to elect to park in the safer alternative spot, but safety there with him now.
James Lawley, who had that spin pretty much on his own at the exit of turn 13 a lap or so ago. Corner workers are noticing that there may be something dragging on that car, so he may have knocked something in the under tray loose with that rough ride. So we'll keep an eye on that. If it's deemed to be a hazard to other drivers, the race director will insist that he make a call to the pits for repairs. About 7.5 minutes remain in this race, and it's been marred by a couple of safety car periods. Normally, and I won't say every time, but normally our Formula Regional Americas drivers, who are the most experienced of the 3 classes, these drivers, minimum age of 16, they have to have some formula racing experience before they can step into this car, because it's a bit more of a handful, requires a deft touch for sure. And normally the racing's really clean for these drivers, but at this point we've had a couple incidents involving contact. So it's safe to assume that if the race finishes the way it does, Patrick Woods-Toth will drop in the points down to perhaps 4th. Again, it's very early days in this championship. As after we leave here, we'll be going to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with the SVRA SpeedTour that weekend, and then a big weekend at Mid-Ohio, my home track, the one weekend after that, so back-to-back weekends for these drivers. Then a little time off, then we go to New Jersey Motorsports Park, and then our first trip north of the border with this class to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, the racetrack formerly known as Mosport. And then we wrap up our season at Circuit of the Americas at the end of October with our final races of the season. Last year, the championship, both of them, went down to the last weekend of racing. No one was able to clinch prior to the final weekend. A tow truck is necessary to lift Woods-Toth's car because it's because of the damage, it's unable to be towed. So just a slightly longer pause here as the safety crew here at Road America does a great job of getting that car recovered, and it looks like the wrecker is just about to roll away. So we probably won't go green this time, but maybe next. They're going to back it out and hopefully be able to tuck it in behind the barrier right there at Canada rather than come all the way into the paddock, but we'll see what the election is. We're going to do one more lap behind the safety car, and looking at the time, that's probably going to be it. Scott Goodyear, our race director, hates to end one behind the safety car, but if need be, that's what we'll do. But if we can find a way to get one more lap of racing in, we'll get it done. So Titus Sherlock over Ryan Sheehan. Nicola Verda up to 3rd. Justin Garrett in 4th. Landon Matriano Lim in 5th. He started way back in 9th position, so great run for him. Hayden Bowlesby in 6th. Nico Ambiato in 7th. Rico Slauman in 8th. Kevin Jansen in 9th, and James Lawley in the final points paying position.
So this is going to be the final lap of the race. It is going to end under yellow here.
Yep.
So Titus Sherlock, Ryan Sheehan, and Nicola Verda going to have that 3rd step on the podium. So this will end under caution. Not the way we'd want to end this feature for certain. Racing has been fantastic with all of our Formula cars here this weekend.
Yep, exactly. This not the way we had hoped to end this one, but we get it. So we'll stay here just until the field gets around to the checkers, just to make sure nobody has a mechanical failure on this final lap, to be sure we've got the order correct. So Titus Sherlock, Ryan Sheehan, and Nicola Verda looking to notch repeat podium finishes for all of them. Sheehan with back-to-back 2nd places. Titus Sherlock with back-to-back wins has put himself in the frame for the championship lead. Looking forward to the schedule for the rest of this final day of the Road America Speed Tour. Next up will be the final for Groups 10, 12A, and the TA2 Club. And then we'll have the Group 6, 8, and 12B feature race. And then our JS F4 drivers will be out for their 3rd and final race of the weekend, followed by 2 more SVRA race groups, groups 5A, 7, and 11. Then groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and the Miatas. And then we'll round out the weekend with the final of the weekend for the U.S. F4 Championship and the brand new Ligier JSF4 chassis. It will be a podium sweep for Crosslink Kiwi, as all three drivers from that stable.
Sounds like Hayden Bowlesley and Nico Ambiato had a possible contact here under yellow in turn 14 coming to the checkered flag. So reported contact by 14. They're still stayed in line, but they made some contact tire to tire. Not ideal under yellow.
I'm going to make my way down to the podium to interview our top three finishers. But again, stick around. Plenty of racing left to go this afternoon.
Race fans, don't forget to get ready for a thrilling night of sprint car racing at the Road America Challenge, June 8th, located just 5 miles from Road America at Plymouth Dirt Track. Don't miss the bumper-to-bumper IRA Outlaw Sprint Series and PDTR MSA 360 Wing Sprints. Adult tickets just $25 until June 3rd, with kids getting 6 to 11 getting in for $11. Plus, if you buy before June 3rd, you get a free pit pass for the Road America Challenge and a promo code redeemable for $15 off a Sunday ticket for the NTT IndyCar Expel Grand Prix presented by AMR here at Road America. 2 great race events in one weekend. Mark your calendars and grab your tickets now. Road America would like to recognize our 2024 season corporate partners: Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin Straubel Field, Quad, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and C-Tech Cabinets. Our entitlement sponsors: Expel, Bank First, and MotorcycleBuys.com. Our food and beverage partners: Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods Tortilla and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Pepsi Soft Drinks, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, and Larry's Distributing Family of Malt Beverages. Our fire and safety sponsors: Hall Matro, Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Sound House Hearing Protection. And our partner organizations: Quick Trip, Spark Ops, Wisconsin Lighting Labs, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Spring, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin Green Bay, Marwin Sports, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend Insurance, Third Coast IT, Eden Valder Stone, Gravely, Clean Tools, River Run Press, the Van Horn Group, and the Wisconsin Lottery. John Phippen standing by for victory lane momentarily.
All three of our podium finishers have rolled into victory circle here. Titus Sherlock celebrating for Gavin Baker, our series photographer. Give these drivers a chance to get their helmets off, and then we'll get the podium celebration underway. Let's get our podium celebration ready. Nicole, if you're ready, come on up. Our third place finisher on the podium for 2 races in a row, Nicole Averda, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, young lady.
I don't know what to say. Really good race, honestly. You know, avoiding some mistakes some other guys made. Just kept it clean and looking forward to another podium.
To finish first, you got a first finish, and you were right there to get it done. Anybody you'd like to thank for your second podium in a row?
Everyone, the whole Crosslink Kiwi team, my parents, of course. Also my brother that's at home watching, of course. Everyone that showed up as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nicole Averda, ladies and gentlemen. 2 podiums in the last 2 races. Gavin Baker getting his solo photographs for each of our podium finishers. Let's bring up our second place finisher, Ryan Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like maybe the bad luck has been exercised a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. It was really quick and just wasn't able to make it by Titus. But yeah, bad luck seems to be gone.
Well, you know, Patrick has inherited all your bad luck apparently, especially at the kink. But nonetheless, we had all hoped for a green flag lap at the end. Do you think you had anything for your teammate?
Yeah, I think I was closing in a bit, but you know, it's so close here that it's hard to know if I could have made it by. But yeah, that car was quick. It was a good race. I don't think there's anything I could really change. But yeah, it was, I think P2 was our best case scenario today.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, the whole Crosslink Kiwi team, my parents, all my sponsors, Harrison Noel, Complete Circle, Sawbelt. Big thanks to them.
Well done, my friend.
Thank you.
Ryan Sheehan, second place. Ryan's got a win and 2 podiums already this season. But now back-to-back wins for Titus Sherlock, ladies and gentlemen. Titus, stay down here because otherwise I have to reach up to your very tall frame. You said you were going to try to get a good start, and maybe you did, but your teammates were kind of coming back to you.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure from Ryan the whole time. I just tried to hit my marks the best I could, and yeah, luckily came away with the win.
Anybody to thank?
The whole entire Crosslink Kiwi crew, Oscar, Damien, Gary Gill, Tina, my uncle, all my family at home watching. Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Titus Sherlock, and a sweep of the podium for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Hankook hats on our drivers as Gavin Baker does his duties to get these photographs that the sponsors love. Next up, the Ligier hats. Mo Murray and the whole crew down at Ligier Automotive North America. We have one more award to make. Omologato awards the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. And basically it is voted on by the stewards of the meet to the driver who's done the best job over the course of the weekend. And the winner this weekend is Titus Sherlock. Now it's time for a little champagne celebration. Let's hear it not only for Crosslink Kiwi for sweeping the podium, but Nicole Averta, 2 podiums in a row, Ryan Sheehan, and Titus Sherlock.
Thank you, John. Celebration concludes down at Victory Lane. We'll do that a few more times yet this afternoon. Groups 10, 12A, TA2 Club up next here from America's National Park of Speed. Adam Ropp, your pole sitter in the 701. That is the yellow Ford Mustang. Lance Wiskerson in the purple and Dayglow yellow 33. Bob Van Zels in the golf liveried Porsche GT3, the 34 machine. Edward Savagian in the 07 and the gray Chevrolet Camaro. Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan in the red Chevrolet Monte Carlo stock car on top of the stock car contingent. And then in our TA2 Club, Bruce Nesbitt in the 50, the white and yellow Chevrolet Camaro. Paul Ruth in the number 11, that is the gray and blue Camaro. Jerry Robinson in the Dodge Viper ACR. Paul Rico in the 50A and the Panos Esperante. Paul Suter in the Heilig Myers Ford Thunderbird. And Clay Hargett in the number 79 Boss Mustang. That is your field here in Group 10, 12A, and TA2 Club feature. Race number 2 here on Sunday Fun Day at the Speed Tour weekend of Road America. Safety car on the backside of the race course over in the carousel, leading the field through. We'll go green this time by. C8 Corvette makes to the Screaming Sicilian Pizza pit lane. Say that 10 times fast. We have to get used to that one this year. Adam Rupp, Lance Wiskirchen at the TireRack.com Starters Bridge. Green flag is out and we're underway here in Groups 10, 12A at TA2 Club Feature. Rupp and Wiskirchen with the drag race all the way down to the braking zone into turn 1. Rupp edges ahead and Wiskirchen ducks back in the line. Bob Van Zelst in that Porsche GT3 settles into the 3rd spot. All single file astern, top 4 in a row. Ed Savatian, Paul Ruth, Paul Suter. And they work through the Marine sweep into the braking zone for turn 5. Adam Rupp has been the quickest car here all weekend in this group. Lance Wiskirchen, no stranger to going quick here as well. Wiskirchen not quite as fast with that 33 car as the 701 has been for Adam Rupp. But within 2 car lengths in a hurry downs now as they work towards turn 8. 3 car lengths for Wiskirchen. Van Zelst about equal distance back into the 3rd spot. Working lap number 1, Group 10, 12A and TA2 Club. This is their 2nd and final feature race of the weekend here in the SVRA SpeedTour. Top 3 cars generally pulling away here. Not a surprise there. Ed Savatian trying to keep pace with one of the TA2 Camaros. The rest of the field working through Kettle Bottoms now into Canada Corner. Heavy on the brakes. And Rupp puts about 2 or 3 more car lengths in the distance, 1st to 2nd, as they work through Thunder Valley across the top of the hill to 13 and make their way on this long Road America straightaway for the completion of lap number 1 here in the final.
Rupp and Wiskirchen stretching the legs over Bob Van Zelst in the Porsche. Ed Savatian, one of 3 surviving TA2 Cup drivers that made it to Sunday. Paul Ruth, another of the TA2 Cup cars, and then Bruce Nesbitt right up behind him. So all 3 of the TA2 Cup cars now running in sequence. Brad the Bullet Dahmer in the number 45, Chevy Monte Carlo in 7th, Jerry Robinson in that big Viper across the line in 8th. Paul Suter in the Thunderbird. Clay Hargett, Paul Rico, and Randy Alexander rounding out the field. Adam Rupp and Lance Wiskirchen. We had a chance to talk to both of them on the fan walk on Saturday, just prior to the first race of the weekend for these drivers. We were both very enthusiastic about their chances, and they're race cars for sure. Adam Rupp's 1995 Mustang. Lance Wiskirchen with a slightly newer 2001 Ford Mustang, both with the SN95 generation body, but that is a silhouette car in toto. It's not a unibody car. There's a full tube frame racing chassis underneath, but the fiberglass bodywork or carbon fiber bodywork built to look like their street-going counterparts. Boris Said was one of the drivers of Lance Wiskirchen's car back in the day when it was actually being competed with. He still got Boris on the side of the car. Ed Savatian in the lead TA2 Cup car. The TA2 Cup is a new wrinkle added this year by Pirelli Motorsports Holdings as a kind of an entry-level opportunity for drivers who hope to get into the National Trans Am 2 Championship. Paul Ruth and Bruce Nesbitt come by. Brad Dahmer was able to get by both of them. He was back in 7th a lap ago, but he's got that Monte Carlo up on the cam and is now up to 5th spot. Adam Rupp once again setting a new fast lap of the race at a 2:05.3. Wiskirchen at a 2:08 and some change, so not quite as quick as he falls about 4.5 seconds behind Rupp. Bob Van Zelst in that Porsche at a 2:11 and some change, so he's about 5 seconds behind those two. Then it's a pretty big gap back to the TA2 Cup car of Savagen. The battle between the other two TA2 Cup cars, Bruce Nesbitt in the 50 and Paul Ruth in the 11. Nesbitt has gotten around Paul Ruth, so Ruth shuffled back to 7th overall. Adam Rupp able to relax his pace just a little bit as he's got a 5-second lead over Lance Wiskirchen. Drops it back to a 2:09.8. Wiskirchen at a 2:10.2. Bob Van Zelst even further back, almost 13 seconds adrift, but he's in a different, no, he's in the same class as Wiskirchen. Van Zelst and Wiskirchen battling for the honors in the 10 GT4 class. Adam Rupp alone in 10 GT2 at the front. In the Group 12 cars, Jerry Robinson leading Clay Hargett by a bunch, almost 55 seconds. Paul Rico just about 7 seconds behind him in the Panos. So the Dodge Viper, the Ford Mustang Boss, and the Panos Esperante, all from Group 12. Got a car that went a little deep at Canada Corner. Is that the Mustang, Paul Suter? No, I'm sorry.
That is the 90 Paul Suter. That is the Heilig Myers Ford Thunderbird.
I meant Thunderbird, and I said Mustang. What's the matter with me?
I'll plead the fifth.
Well spoken. Adam Rupp out for a nice Sunday afternoon drive. As he's opened up now a 6-second gap over Lance Wiskirchen. Paul Suter drops back to 9th with his little contretemps with the tire barrier at Canada Corner. The Heilig Myers sponsored Ford Thunderbird. Heilig Myers is a furniture company that I didn't know about.
Of course, 2 different drivers drove for the for that specific livery.
Yeah.
Dick Trickle.
Yep.
Of course, legendary short track racer from Wisconsin, and Mike Wallace was also in that car for a while.
Nice.
I believe Kenny Schrader may have actually gotten in that car a few times as well.
Yeah. You're a better NASCAR historian than I am, so you would know that.
Speaking of NASCAR, North Wilkesboro, I believe that most of the boats have been removed from the infield. They should be able to get the All-Star race in tonight. But Catherine Legg earlier today in practice did a 2:31. Graham Rahal only did a 2:29. Rahal is in danger of missing the 500 for a second year in a row.
Oh, my goodness.
So there are 4 cars vying for the final 3 spots this afternoon at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson had a moment, and it was a big one, but saved the car. Lightning fast reflexes for Kyle Larson. That's the dirt track background, I'm sure. But he's had a good day today as well. 7th quick on the day in the Fast 12 practice. They qualify for the first 4 rows this afternoon as well.
Well, I'm saddened to hear the hard luck for the Rahal team. They are Ohio-based and well known to all of us at the Mid-Ohio area of the country. And I'm sure Graham will not be a happy camper if they miss the show for the 2nd year in a row. Just about 13 minutes into this one, Adam Rupp continues to march away from Lance Wiskirchen to the tune of about 8 seconds now. Bob Van Zelst a further 17 seconds adrift. But Ed Savagian doing a great job with that TA2 club car, the 07, as he is well out in front of the other 2 TA2 club cars in the field, Bruce Nesbitt and Paul Ruth. Unfortunately, no positions in close contention here. The closest thing we have to a race is between the second and third TA2 club cars. Nesbitt in the 50, Ruth in the 11. They're separated by about 3.5 seconds, and that's the closest interval on the racetrack. Adam Rupp has lapped up to the 6th place car, as we're going to see the white flag next time by for our leader. The white flag is in the air for Adam Rupp. He has led from the drop of the green. 1 lap to go. Bruce Nesbitt, the first car a lap down, in 6th place. So that leaves 5 cars on the lead lap. Adam Rupp in the yellow number 701, making his way toward Canada Corner. There he is. And the checkered flag flies for Adam Rupp. Flag to flag victory. Lance Wiskirchen comes home in second spot. Van Van Zelst third. Ed Savagian, the TA2 Club competitor, finishes on the lead lap. About 20 seconds in front of Brad the Bullet Dahmer in his Chevy Monte Carlo. And Bruce Nesbitt holds off Paul Ruth, who makes a valiant charge at the end, closes down to about 5 seconds, but wasn't quite able to get back into that 6th position. Next up, groups 6, 8, and 12B. Get it in gear with a Buzz electric bicycle. The Buzz Centris folding e-bike is a game changer for racers, pit crews, campers, and track fans. Zoom into buzzbicycles.com and snag an extra $100 off already discounted pricing with the promo code SVRA100. These low prices won't last forever, so don't miss out on the ultimate trackside companion. Buzz, the official paddock bike of SVRA. Great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. At Customers Bank, we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions supported by a dedicated banker to help you get further faster. Customers Bank, the official bank of SVRA and Trans Am. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, customersbank.com. Shift gears into the winner's circle with EMCO Racing Transmissions. From engineering and product development of driveline systems to re-engineering of legacy driveline assemblies, a made-in-the-USA family-owned business since 1935. Visit us in the paddock or go to emcogears.com and check out our high-performance driveline and steering components. EMCO Gears, an authorized gear company of Trans Am and SVRA. A family-owned business, FPEC, is dedicated to keeping their promise to engineer and produce reliable, custom-designed machinery for the meat and food industries. FPEC, SVRA's food processing equipment partner. Furia Corsa has you covered for all your racing, preparation, and transportation needs. Professional preparation keeps you safe. Engineering keeps you up front. And quality support keeps you on the track. Stop by and see the Furia Corsa team on Vendor Row and check out their website at furiacorsa.com. Furia Corsa, authorized professional services for all your racing needs company of SVRA.
Roaring engines, cheering crowds, sounds like summer's back. And what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun. Don't forget your sunscreen and never forget the Cedar Crest. Race fans, EV charging has come to Road America, and Tech Solutions has partnered with Road America and the Go Green Initiative to provide free solar-powered EV charging at the track. It's located at the top of the Paddock Hill. Visit energybynTech.com. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates into Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside entertainment. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Spark Ops Metalworks is proud to be the official metal fabrication partner of Road America. Spark Ops is the professional partner you need when it comes to metal. Spark Ops provides fiber laser cutting with either oxide-free nitrogen or oxygen, with cutting capability up to 1 1/2 inches thick. Press brake and part forming up to 3/8 inches thick on CNC Bystronic brakes. Spark Ops offers both robotic and manual welding services, along with full metal finishing for your parts. Contact Spark Ops today or visit them at sparkopmetalworks.com.
Big field of cars eligible for this group, 6, 8, and 12B. We'll introduce them all, even though not all may be here. The 070 of Randy Alexander starts outside of row 16 from Group 8 in a Datsun 510. The 5A of Andrew Munt starts alongside in the Group 12 BMW 635 CSI. In row 15, car 1 is Charles Munt. Andrew Munt was the earlier. Charles Munt in the Group 7 Jaguar XJS. Next to him, the 28 of Jessica Jonk in her BMW 325i. In row 14, the 208 of John Bibbo in a BMW 2002. And the 40 of Randall Castling in his Porsche 914-6. Row 13 has the 213 of Anthony Goff in his Mazda MX-5. And the 20 of Kim Meyer in a BMW 330 Ci. In row 12, car 177, Richard Meyer in a BMW E30, and the 99 of Larry Lunda in a Group 8 Porsche 914. Row 11 has the 62 of Alex Rourke in a Lotus Elan, and the 0 of George Ballback in his Group 8 Porsche 911. In row 10, car 2, Philip Taxman in his Jaguar XKE, and the 74 of Robert Pelosi in another Mazda MX-5. In row 9, car 67, Chris Candy in the Porsche 911, and the 57 of Zachary Tenorio in a Ford Mustang. In row 8, car 85 is Mark Hannafin in a Chevy Camaro Z28, and the 04 of Ron Pauley in a Lexus IS300. In row 7, car 27, Werner Cordas in a BMW 235 IR, and the 31 of Jackson Tovo in a Toyota GR86 Cup. In row 6, car 13, Ethan Tovo in another Toyota GR86 Cup car, and the 36 of Kellen Weinberger in his Group 8 Porsche 911. In row 5, car 110 is Lisa Hansen in her Porsche 911S, and the number 13A of Rob May in a Dodge Challenger. In row 4, car 36A is Scott Shadell in a Chevy Camaro, and the number 696 of Robert G in a Chevy Corvette. In row 3, the 169 of Scott Graham in a Pontiac Firebird, and the 5 of Travis Frang in the Beast, the Chevy Corvette Roadster. In row 2, car 21, Fritz Seidel in his Porsche RSR, and the 969 of Michael Origer in his Chevy Corvette. And on the front row, the number 77 of Rick Frang in his Chevy Corvette, and the pole sitter, the number 111 of Jonathan DeGainer in the Devon Evolution. Looks like 24 of those 32 cars have elected to come out and play on the final race of the day for this race group. Safety car down at Canada Corner with the lights out, indicating we're about ready to go green. Everybody by start finish safely as we head down into turn number 1. Jonathan DeGainer wasting no time getting that Devon out into the lead. Michael Origin and Rick Frang battling it out between the two Corvettes. Origer's is a 1969 Corvette. Rick Frang's number 77 is a 1969 Corvette. So they're of the same vintage. Tucked right in behind Rick Frang is Fritz Seidel in that number 21 Porsche RSR. And then a little bit of a gap back to Travis Frang in the Beast with Scott Graham in that number 169 Pontiac Firebird. Rick Frang in the 77 Corvette being observed by the corner workers, showing a little smoke off the right rear of that car. If he's deemed to be dropping anything on the racetrack, they'll black flag him. Travis Frang has moved up behind Rick in the number 5 Corvette Roadster. Fritz Seidel shuffled back to 5th in the RSR. Randy Alexander in the 070 Datsun 510. Dropped all four wheels off the racetrack, but he's been able to continue. Three big block Corvettes running together on the racetrack. Rick Frang in the 77 still being observed for potential smoke. And that the smoking is getting worse according to the observers around the track. The 969 of Michael Origer right behind him, and then a little gap back to Travis Frang in the number 5. Fritz Seidel hanging onto that 5th spot in the RSR. Scott Graham in the Firebird, Robert G in the sister car to the 969. Scott Shadell in the blue Chevy Camaro, Rob May in that Dodge Challenger, and Lisa Hansen rounding out the top 10 in her Porsche 911S. A meatball flag is going to be shown to Rick Frang, which basically indicates there's a mechanical problem and you need to make a call to the pits, as they don't want to run the risk of something letting go and oiling down the track. Anthony Goff and the number 213 Mazda MX-5 had a 4 off and a rough ride. And the 070 BMW of Randy Alexander making his way down the, or excuse me, that's the Datsun 510, my bad, of Randy Alexander making its way into the pit lane. Rick Frank brings the 77 into the paddock. That promotes Travis Frang up to third, and Fritz Seidel currently in the 4th spot. Scott Graham rounding out the top 5 in the white Pontiac Firebird. Scott Graham and Robert G having a pretty good race for 5th and 6th. Graham in the 169, G in the 696. Less than a second separating those two. A little deeper in the order, Mark Hannafin in the yellow and black Z28. Having a nice battle with Werner Cordas at the number 27 BMW 235 IR. Just over a second separating those two as well. Fritz Seidel sets his fast lap of the race on that last lap in the silver and orange Porsche RSR, as he's closed down to within a second of Travis Frang in the Beast, the big Corvette Roadster. Pretty good motor race here between Origer in the 969, Fritz Seidel in the RSR, and Travis Frang in the Corvette Roadster. The three of them separated by half a second. Jonathan DeGainer's long gone out in front, about 11 and a half seconds in front of this battle. But these three putting on a good show. Fritz Seidel, the meat in the Corvette sandwich. There they are, and Travis has made the pass, it appears, as he gets around Seidel to take over third position. But Seidel not going away quietly as they make the run down, hurry downs. Seidel ducks to the inside. He's a little better on the brakes, I would guess. And gets the pass done for the moment anyway, and we'll probably be able to keep it through the carousel. In fact, Seidel gets such a great run through the carousel. Now he's all over the back of Michael Origer as they go through the kink together. Seidel pops out, or thinks about popping out down into Canada, but then gets the job done. He got that pass made, so Seidel up to second. There's life in the old Porsche yet. But coming into the section on the racetrack where he's going to give up a little straight line speed for sure. And just as we suspected, Origer blasts right by him. Now Seidel's going to try to do the over-under down into turn one. And he gets it done. Good job. great testament to the different strengths of these cars, as their lap times are very similar. Their lap times were within 0.6 of a second of each other. They make their speed in different ways. Part of the fun aspects of these vintage weekends is you get to see some cars competing against one another that you would never suspect would be in the same racing class. As both Corvettes have blasted by on the run down to turn 5. But Seidel's coming into the section of the racetrack where his car shows its strengths. Up the hill to 6, he's already inside Travis. Travis shuts the door. Seidel gets a good run through turn 7 once again, trying to get alongside Travis Frang, but stays single file. Into the carousel they go. As we're getting close to white flag time. And we're hearing that Fritz Seidel, just as we're bragging on him, went off at turn 9, which is the carousel.
Announcer's curse up to 6th now.
There you go. My goodness, I didn't know you were keeping score.
Oh, yeah, we got a tally board over here, everything.
I appreciate that, Eric.
Yeah, we got tally marks. I got.
If I get to 10, do I get a free beer or something? You know,
we can hook you up with one. Yeah, we could do that. We could get you a grilled cheese sandwich. We can get you a melt, anything you want.
Yeah, and a spotted cow.
Done deal.
And a partridge in a pear tree. White flag in the air for Jonathan DeGainer. He's had a nice Sunday afternoon drive out in front of this field. But now it's a mano-a-mano battle between the two Corvettes, Michael Origer and Travis Frang. Half a second separates those two as they head down to turn 1 for the final time at speed. There's Fritz Seidel. He has not lost a place, although he's lost 15 seconds of time. So, as he stays in 4th. Jonathan DeGainer bringing the Devon Evolution, number 111, down into Canada corner as he makes the run to the checkered flag. He only has one challenger in the field in the same class, and that's Rob May in the Dodge Challenger, who's about a minute up the road. And there's the checkers for Jonathan DeGainer. Ron Pauley in the 04 Lexus looped it at turn 3, and the corner workers are saying he did not rejoin in a particularly safe manner. Back to Formula Cars as the finale of the weekend for the Ligier JS F4 Series coming up next. SVRA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the world's largest membership, insurance, and media organization for people who love cars. Hagerty, the official insurance partner of SVRA. Hawk Performance delivers premium friction products for racers that stop faster and last longer. Whether looking to cut seconds off your lap time or if you need superior stopping power for your tow vehicle, Hawk Performance has the products to keep you safe. Hawk Performance, SVRA's official brake pad. Hoosier tires are the choice for many SVRA racers. Hoosier's 1,000 plus tire types meet most of the SVRA racers' needs. Stop by Sasco and see what Hoosier has for you. Hoosier Racing Tire, the official tire of SVRA. Founded in 2007, JRI is known for being on the cutting edge of technological advancements in the shock and suspension industry. All JRI shock products are hand-assembled in Mooresville, North Carolina, using only the highest quality materials. Along with countless wins and championships in racing's highest levels, JRI products have been featured on street cars and motorcycles. Discover the advantage of JRI shocks at jrishocks.com. JRI Shocks, an authorized shock supplier of Trans Am, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US, and the Ligier JS F4 Championship. The home of America's tastiest duck, Joe Jurgowitz and Sons Limited is a family business that goes back over 4 generations. Through tastyduck.com, JJS offers farm fresh whole ducks, fully cooked duck, meal kits, ingredients, and much more delivered directly to your doorstep. Owned and operated by a veterinarian, JJS is focused on sustainability and the humane treatment of their free-roaming, antibiotic, and hormone-free ducks. From award-winning chefs to podium-finishing drivers, Tasty Duck always comes in first place. Joe Jurgowitz and Sons, the official duck supplier of Trans Am and SVRA. Kaizen Autosport is based at VIR and provides instruction and driving experiences for novices to advanced race drivers seeking SVRA licenses or super licenses. Kaizen has a program that meets your racing desires, and you can drive your own race car or rent a track-prepped sports car or a modern downforce race car. Kaizen offers a driving experience for everyone, the curious, the novice, and the committed racer. Kaizen Autosport, licensing partner for SVRA. And it's time for the weekend finale for the Ligier JS F4 Series. This is the new feeder series sanctioned by PMH and SCCA Pro Racing for the older Ligier JS F4 chassis that's served us well since 2016 at the beginning of the series. Let's introduce the 12 starters to you. Starting at the back is the points leader, Teddy Musella, in the number 25 from Orlando, Florida, for Scuderia Buell. He was issued a penalty due to the collision that he and Bacon Zelenka had on the last lap of the race earlier today. Brad Madgman, who had bad luck in the earlier race, he's back in 6th in the points in the number 95 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Brad out of Melbourne, Australia. In row 5, the number 72 of Jacob Lauder from Edmond, Oklahoma for the IGY6 Motorsports team in Save 22. Next to him is the number 5 of Dimitri Nolan from Fairview, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row 8, car number 2, Parker Wallen from Medina, Minnesota for Jensen, and the 83 of Christopher Parrish from Terrell, Texas for IGY6 and Save 22. Christopher notched his first podium in race number 2 for the weekend. In row 3, number 49, Harbor Doss from Solon, Ohio for the Berg DMG Racing team. And the number 1 of Jake Pollock from San Antonio, Texas for Jensen. Jake notched his first podium as well. in the race earlier today. Starting outside of row 2 is number 6, Maite Caceres from Punta del Este, Uruguay, currently living in Miami. Sponsored by Abitab and Supermach for International Motorsports. Next to her is the 29 of Kekai Hawanio, who won the race earlier today. Kekai out of Plant City, Florida. Anywhere Transportation and Newt Racing sponsor his machine for Crosslink Kiwi. On the front row, car number 45, Bacon Zelenka from Lyons, Illinois for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. And your pole sitter, the number 28 of Drew Such from St. Charles, Illinois for Such Racing. Again, this grid based on lap times turned in race number 2. Teddy Musella, the only one issued a penalty on the grid at least. Bacon Zelenka had a penalty assessed in his finishing results in the race earlier today. So those two drivers are still first and second in the points. Musella with the points lead over Zelenka in second. Maite Caceres third in the points. Kekai Hawanio up to fourth in the points total, with Christopher Parrish rounding out the top 5. Once again, this will be a standing start affair as the drivers following the safety car around coming out of Canada Corner just now. They'll slot into their grid positions here on the front straightaway. And this will be a 30-minute race. Tip of the hat to the Scuderia Buell team for getting Teddy Musella back in this race. That car was damaged in that rollover accident at turn 1. And they either had to build up a spare car or do some substantial work on the primary car, but in either case, they've gotten him back in the field. So tip of the hat to the crew at Scuderia Buell. Understand it is a spare car, so that's good work on their part to get that car ready to roll. Front row rolls into position, and the rest of the field follows suit as they take up their spots. Looks like we have a missing man in formation. 1, 2, 3, 4th row. Christopher Parrish, perhaps not in the field. We'll see. The lights are lighting up. All 5 are up. They're out, and we're away. Looks like everybody got away cleanly. I didn't see anyone who jumped the start. Drew Such jumps into the lead, but Bacon Zelenka immediately goes right in behind him. Right behind Bacon, Kekai Hawanio and Maite Caceres, as those 4 make it out of turn 1. Down the hill toward turn 3, Zelenka setting up to maybe get a little better exit, as Drew Such protected that inside line, and Zelenka does indeed get a run coming out of turn 3. As they come under the Sargento Bridge, Zelenka has a nose ahead. As Kekai Hawanio and Maite Caceres right behind them doing battle. Down into turn number 5, Zelenka with the lead. Drew Such still in second spot, but I think he just got pipped. He did, as Kekai Hawanio was able to get around him up into second. Teddy Musella's already picked off 3 cars. He goes down inside to try to pick off another as he goes by one of the Jensen cars, Parker Wallen, I believe. So Musella charging up from the back, works his way through the carousel turn. Looks like a 3-car or 2-car breakaway at the front, and then 3 cars for third, 4th, and 5th as they go through the kink. And a challenge for the lead. Bacon Zelinka and Kekai Hawanio side by side. Right behind them, Maite Caceres. Looks like Hawanio has taken over the point as they come out of turn 13. Then Such, then Caceres alongside Zelinka. Late move down into turn 14. Up the hill they come. Across the line to complete the first racing lap. Hawanio, Zelinka, Such, Jake Pollock up to 4th. Maite Caceres 5th. Brad Matchman up to 6th spot. Teddy Musella has picked up 5 places from back of the field up to 7th now after just 1 lap. Harbor Doss, Parker Wallen, and Dimitri Nolan in the points-paying positions. Maite Caceres has found her way around Jake Pollock in the run down to turn 1. So she's up 1 spot into 4th. And she's putting a challenge on Drew Such now. So Maite looking strong here in the final race of the weekend. She goes to the inside in the run down to turn 5, takes it late on the brakes, and she makes the pass. So Maite up to 3rd if she can hang on to it. And she does. Such and Jake Pollock give chase as our lead battle between Hawanio and Zelinka continues at the front. Good racing here by these drivers. Teddy Musella has moved up another spot as he's right up behind Brad Matchman, or Jake Pollock, excuse me. Out of the carousel turn. Oh, somebody goes wide at the exit of the carousel. Off driver's left, and I believe made it to the barrier perhaps. Big cloud of dust there before the Mission Foods Bridge. At the moment, the racing continues. Let's sort them as they come across the line. We can determine who's missing as we get them. Bacon Zelinka in position. Maite Caceres 3rd. No, yes. Drew Such in 4th. Teddy Musella up to 5th. Jake Pollock in 6th. Brad Matchman 7th. Dimitri Nolan 8th. Parker Wallen, Jacob Lauter. It's Harbor Doss who's missing in action. Christopher Parrish did not take the start of the race. So Harbor Doss is the car that went off on the outside of the carousel turn. Teddy Musella, fast lap of the race, had a 2:19.6. As I'm sure he's got the red mist coming up from the back, up to 5th now. Hoping for a yellow flag, but it's not going to come. Musella side by side with Drew Such, and he's going to take over 4th. Teddy Musella charging from the back in the Scuderia Buell number 25. Oh, they're going to go full course yellow in order to recover Harbor Doss's car. Oh, and a car goes off just as the yellow comes out at the exit of turn 7, or 6, I mean, 7, I was right. But was able to continue, it looks like. So an eventful first handful of laps here, as Kekai Hawanio taking over the lead after starting in the 2nd row. Bacon Zelinka started 2nd, runs 2nd right now. Maite Caceres started 4th. She's up 1 spot to 3rd. Drew Such started on the pole. He's been passed by those 3 drivers, so he's back to 4th. The biggest mover by far, Teddy Musella, who started outside of row 6, last in the field, has picked his way up to 5th now. Jake Pollock just behind him in the number 1 car for Jensen. He started 5th, so he's lost 1 spot. Brad Madgman in the 95 started on the last row with Musella. He's followed him through, and Madgman up to 7th now. Dimitri Nolan, Parker Wallen, and Jacob Lauter in the points-paying positions, as they are the only cars on the lead lap. Harbor Doss going off the track there at the carousel turn, and Christopher Parrish did not take the start. Safety car is out on track and picked up the field. One of the things, or one of the skills these drivers need to learn, is how to drive a car on old tires, and they're all on old tires for this race. So Harbor Doss perhaps thinking he had a little more grip than he did, and it got out from under him, and he went off to the outside of the carousel.
Story of my racing career.
I hear you.
Always thought I had more grip than I did.
Yep.
In case there are any inquiring minds, there is a certain car at the top of the Fast 12 in Indianapolis.
Uh-huh.
With only 4 cars left in the top 12 to go, which means that that certain car will be in the Fast 6, it looks like.
Okay, dokies.
So, in case anybody's knowing, no spoilers.
Yep, no spoilers. Hopefully you've got your DVR working. Or you've been watching on your phone.
Maybe.
Maybe. Not that Eric would ever, you know, take his eyes off the racetrack, too.
I'm looking at 7 or 8 different monitors in here. I don't think the 9th one's really going to matter all that much.
Oh, what? If I look out the window, there are race cars out there? What the heck?
I have roughly 7 out of the 9 monitors in this room have at least one, if not more than one, camera angle on it.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's a few in here.
Exactly.
In fact, 2 of the TVs have exactly 12 cameras on them. So
yeah, yeah, yeah. Harbor Doss's car has been put into a place of safety, so we are going green this time by as the safety car begins to accelerate away from the field. Kekai Hawanio will bring them to the flag for a single file restart. Hawanio, Zelinka, Casaras, and Musella, your top 4. Drew Such, Brad Modgman, Jake Pollock and Dimitri Nolan down through 8th, and then Parker Wallen and Jacob Lauder, the last 2 cars in points-paying positions. Through turn 14 they come. And right there is where the leader may accelerate. Kekai Hawanio does, but looks like Bacon Zelenka is coming right with him. Maite has to be cautious that Teddy Musella does not try to get the jump on her at the line, and he does. Musella may have gone early. We'll have to see how that works out. Penalties could be assessed for that, but Musella up into 3rd spot. So talk about a drive from the back. He has certainly gotten that done. And down into turn number 3. It's a 3-car breakaway at the front with Hawanio, Zelenka, and Musella now combating for the top 3 spots. But side-by-side racing just behind them for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th as the pack of cars comes down the hill toward turn 5. Such, Najman, Pollock, and Nolan all in that scrum. Maite Caceres goes side-by-side with the leader as she tries to take over the top spot. Maite maintains the position. Bacon Zelenka Maite's in 4th. You're right. Oh, we got a car going wide, and it was Maite. As she went a little bit wide coming through turn 7. That's going to cost her some positions. Actually, that was we misidentified that. Sorry, that was Jake Pollock who went wide. And we've had another car go off at the carousel, almost the same place. Car was able to continue. So Hawanio with a little breathing room as he's watched the cars squabbling behind him, and that's spotted him to just a little bit of a gap. As we've got a 4-car scrum for 2nd spot now. There's Hawanio, then Bacon Zelenka. It was the 25 that went off, Teddy Musella. Here they come to the line. Hawanio, Zelenka, Caceres, Majman, Drew Such, Dimitri Nolan, Jake Pollock, Parker Wallen, Jacob Lauder, Teddy Musella has not, there he is, he just now came by. So Musella has to do it all over again. He's back to 10th. But this scrum at the front is reminiscent of the first race of the weekend. Zelenka, Caceres, Majman, and Such having a great battle here. Meanwhile, Kekai Hawanio looks in his mirrors and says, "You guys just keep doing that. I'm gonna run away and hide." There we can see Musella going through the gravel trap at the outside of the carousel turn, but he kept it off the barrier and got back into it. Maite Caceres going for 2nd spot, and she gets it done. Maite up to 2nd. Oh, and a spinner down at the bottom of the hill. I think that was one of the Jensen cars. But has been able to continue. Meanwhile, Hawanio getting away at the front. That was the 72 of Jacob Lauder that spun it, left the braking a little too late down into turn 5. Maite Caceres, the Uruguayan, the only female in the field. We have had 2 different female drivers with podiums in the course of the history of our championship. Maite only being the 2nd. We have never had a female winner. So if she can get to the top spot, that would be historic. She nearly did it at NOLA. She was leading literally on the last lap, went a little wide on the final turn and got passed for that spot. But she still finished on the podium in 2 races, a 2nd and a 3rd. She raced with the F1 Academy a year ago, representing her home country of Uruguay. So she's had plenty of experience in these F4 cars. And she's putting it to good use here. Let's see if she's got anything for Kekai Hawanio in front, as we still got 13.5 minutes remaining in this one. Brad Madgman, again, who started on the last row, has been able to keep his nose clean, and he's up to third. Madgman will be one to watch. Bacon Zelenka shuffled back to fourth now, with Drew Such behind him. So Such and Zelenka, who were duking it out in the early parts of this race, now find themselves back just a bit. Zelenka all over the back of Madgman now. So that battle for the final step on the podium is not done. There's Hawanio, there's Caceres, then Madgman and Zelenka as they come down the hill toward turn 5. Brad Madgman, the diminutive Australian. I'll tell you what, Maite is catching the leader. She has got some pace. Her last lap was a 2:21.2, as was Hawanio's at a 2:21.2, but she has definitely got that car working. And she is closing down. There is no question. Maite is going for the win here. Good for her. Brad Madgman has shown lots of speed in the first 5 races of this series, with one podium to show for it. Could have had a second one, but he was penalized. That dropped him off the podium. Drew Such and the 2 Jensen drivers going after it. Such, Jake Pollock, and Parker Wallen appear to be doing battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. She's caught him. Maite Caceres going after Kekai Hawanio for the win here with 11 minutes remaining. Hawanio, I think, thought he was safe as before the safety car came out. He was well out in front. But nobody counts out Maite Caceres as she is going for it. She's going to go around the outside as they come into turn 1. She's going for the lead here. Around the outside, sweeping around. She's still there, goes a little bit wide. That allows Hawanio to get back to the front. But Maite is right there.
Purple that time through a 2:19.3.
Yep.
To a 2:25. And definitely showing pace here for Maite.
You betcha. Hawanio and Caceres, then Madgman with Zelenka lurking there in the 4th spot. They're side by side. Zelenka throws him a dummy and now tries to go to the inside at turn 5. Can't quite do it. Maite's going to get a good run up the hill to 6 here, as she went a little wide as well. Hawanio, Caceres, Madgman, and Zelenka now all together. Zelenka tries to do the over-under and get around Madgman, but can't quite make it stick. Down the hill to turn 8. Here they come. Hawanio guarding that inside line. Caceres maintains a little better racing line. That'll give her a good run. Zelenka dived down to the inside of Madgman, but couldn't make it stick. Maite with a little wider line through the carousel. Her car seeming to like being off that inside curb, but just a little bit. But she's got a good run off the carousel into the kink now, nose to tail. Those two pulling away from Madgman just a bit. Drew Such has extracted himself from the cars behind, and he's now closing down. Maite goes to the outside as they head down toward Canada Corner. I think she's there. Maite takes the lead, but she goes wide as Hawanio fights back. They're still side by side down in Thunder Valley. Maite hanging right in there. Here they come into turn 14. Maite on the outside. Hawanio on the inside through 14. Maite's gotten it done.
Can we talk about Hawanio's save coming across the cut from 13 into 14? That was a heck of a save by the lead duo there. Both those cars were all out of shape, but Maite's now, that battle is now brought third, fourth, and fifth into the mix now.
Exactly right. Brad Madgman now challenging Hawanio for the lead. They are teammates on the Crosslink Kiwi stable. Maite Caceres for International Motorsport. Look at this. This is reminiscent of our first race of the weekend with the usual suspects here, with the differences Maite's at the front. 7.5 minutes remaining. Down the hill they come. Hawanio tries to throw Maite a dummy, but she does a good job keeping it right in the middle of the racetrack, and she's still got the advantage. Hawanio and Madgman battling for second spot. A good scrum just behind them, too. Dimitri Nolan, Jake Pollock, Parker Wallen all going after it. 5 cars, line astern, through turn 7, down into turn 8. Maite just hitting her marks. Got a little breathing room now as she's been able to open up a couple car length advantage over Keikai Hawanio. Brad Madgman right on Hawanio's diffuser as they work their way out of the carousel turn. Bacon Zelenka at the tail end of this. He's got Drew Such right in front of him. Bacon looking for the solution here. He's going to go to the inside for Canada corner. He's got a good run down through Kettle Bottoms. And he gets it done, or at least he gets side by side. Such goes a little wide at the exit of Canada. Zelenka up to 4th spot. Maite a little defensive coming into turn 14.
She's going to sacrifice a little bit of exit speed because of the shallow entry.
Yep.
That may give Keikai a little bit of a run here.
Keikai right on her wing as they come to the line. Keikai pulls out. Maite guards the inside line on driver's right as they head down toward turn number 1. Here comes Hawanio. Madgman is going to go with Maite as he's right behind her as they come into turn number 1. Madgman's going to get it done. He's up to 2nd. Hawanio now coming under challenge from Zelenka as they come down the hill to turn 3. Maite still at the point, but a new 2nd place runner is Madgman up into that spot, and Zelenka was able to get by Hawanio as well, I believe. So Keikai goes from 2nd to 4th here in just as much racetrack, down to 5.5 minutes remaining. Into turn number 5 they come. Great battle between these 5 racers. What a great job they're doing. I hope I do not curse them by saying so. Line astern out of turn 6, heading to turn 7. Maite getting a great run through that section of the racetrack. She's opened up a little breathing room now. Down into turn 8. Madgman, Hawanio, Zelenka, and Such. All there. Remember, Brad Madgman started on the back row with Teddy Musella. So he's gotten all the way up to 2nd spot after starting shotgun on the field. Through the kink. 4.5 minutes still remaining. Drew Such goes up on the gator's teeth at the exit of the kink. He can talk to Patrick Toth, Woods Toth, about that one, who's had 2 near misses there. Drew Such falling off the tail of that just a little bit as they come into turn 14. Hawanio trying to find a way back around Madgman. They climb the hill to the line. Maite with a little breathing room. She's got maybe a 5-car length advantage. Hawanio right under the back bumper of Brad Madgman. Maite guards the inside line. Madgman's going to try to go all the way to the inside of her, and he does it. Madgman takes over the lead. Maite forced a bit wide. That's going to cost her the lead, but it's not over yet. She's going to fight back down to the inside. And she's got Hawanio around her as well. So Maite lost 2 positions there. And here comes Bacon Zelenka as he's going to try to get some of that as well. Looks like Brad Madgman now at the point after starting on the last row. Going to see the white flag as they come to the line next time. So Brad Madgman with just a little bit of an advantage. There's Maite down to the inside of Hawanio. Bacon Zelenka right there in the 4th spot. So Madgman, Hawanio, Casaras, and Zelenka in the front draft. And then a bit of a gap back to Drew Such, who's losing contact with these top 4. A lap and a half to go. Into the carousel turn. It's been a trouble spot for a couple of these drivers, but everybody making it happen. Drew Such goes widest there. I think his tires are going away for Such because he's been a little wide at the exit of the last 2 turns. Does the same thing again at the kink, so I think he's losing some grip. Oh, got a car go wide, drop 2 wheels off on driver's right. Here comes these 4. They're going to settle it between them as they come to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Brad Madgman taking advantage to get to the front with Kekai Hawanio, Maite Casaras, and Bacon Zelenka right there. Here they come to the line. Hawanio now at the point. Madgman in 2nd, Maite 3rd. Here we go. Last lap. Into turn 1 they go. Madgman and Hawanio guarding the inside. Maite goes around the outside. That opens the door for Zelenka as he tries to go by her. As they come down the hill toward turn 3, Zelenka up into 3rd. Maite shuffled back to 4th, but she gets a good exit at turn 3. So she's going to try to repay the favor to her teammate here. Or not her teammate, but to Bacon Zelenka as they come down the hill. Side by side for 3rd spot. Zelenka down to the inside to turn 5. Maite still 4th. Drew Such maybe a little resurgent as these 4 are squabbling. That gives him an opportunity to get back into the battle.
What Maite may need to do is try to just stay on Zelenka's gearbox or the attenuator and wait until coming off of 14, get a good run, and try to basically use the toe and try to get up back into that podium position right now. But the battle for that 2nd spot now is really a 3-car battle as the leader's starting to pull away just a tad bit here into the carousel.
Hawanio with just a little bit of breathing room. Maite, though, gets a good run off of the carousel. Let's see if she can make that happen as they go through the kink for the final time at speed. Down into to the kettle bottoms, heading for Canada Corner, the last real passing opportunity on the lap. No change in the top 2. Hawanio, Madgman, Zelenka. Here they come into turn 14 for the final time. Zelenka's going to try to make a move on Madgman down into turn 14. He's side by side with him, but then he falls back in single file. Here's the run to the line. We've got another photo finish in our future. Here comes Madgman on Hawanio as they come to the stripe. Oh, and a spin right at the line as Bacon Zelenka, Maite Casaras involved in that as well, as they made contact coming right to the line. But Zelenka is being given credit for the win. He had a nose ahead as he crossed the stripe. Madgman in 2nd, Hawanio 3rd, Maite in 4th. Although some wrecked race cars here as they made contact with the barrier literally as they crossed the line. Halanio taking his steering wheel off. We can see Maite as well moving around, trying to get unbuckled. Bacon Zelenka got the worst of that as he made contact with the barrier on driver's left just past start finish. But according to timing and scoring, Zelenka could be scored with the win. Madgman, I think, was the only one who got through unscathed and continues around on the cool-down lap. Again, checking a replay here as the safety crew's on the scene. Kekai Halanio and Maite Casaras out of the car. I can't see Bacon Zelenka. He's a little further downstream. I'm happy to report that all the drivers involved are out of the car. It looks like Bacon is going to jump into the ambulance for a complimentary ride to the medical center, but he's walked to the ambulance under his own power. Maite and Kekai Halanio both out of the car on their own. I just want to make sure that is the case before I head down to the podium, but 3 of our podium finishers are caught up in this incident.
Road America safety team, one of the best in the business right now, still working on a lot of the dirt that was thrown up onto the racetrack from that instance, but they had to do some wall adjustments here, so in the midst of a little bit of a delay. Luckily, we did have a little bit of time built in for a track inspection after that event, so we do have a little bit of time built into the schedule this afternoon. But just a few events left here to go. We've got groups 5A, 7, and 11, and then our groups 1, 3, 4, and 5B with the Miata split. And then our final race of the weekend is F4. Understand that we will have podiums for this race that just concluded. There will be podiums for this race at the end of our F4 podium today. So 2 podiums to end our day with the race classification under review based upon the incident here on the front stretch. So with that being said, we'll get into racing with groups 5A, 7, and 11 next on the docket. Final call to the grid for groups 5A, 7, and 11. Final call to the grid, 5A, 7, and 11.
Magic Motorsport products have been designed to meet any performance challenge and offer solutions to those looking to outfit their automotive workshops with the latest innovations in the field. Magic Motorsport, the official engine tuning company of SVRA. Winning isn't just about horsepower, it's about taco power or nacho power. That's the power you get from Mission Foods. Mission is the official tortilla and chip company of the Speed Tour. So power up with Mission. That's too fast and too tasty. Motorsport culture is Omologato's founding design principle. Honoring the past by racing into the future is the company's mantra. This weekend's Omologato perfectly timed Move of the Race winners will receive a watch on the podium. The quality and price point of an Omologato timepiece is second to none. Omologato, the official timepiece of SVRA. At Optima Batteries, we build and test every battery in the world's most advanced facility. Everything that goes in guarantees you get the most out. On the track, the trail, the water, anywhere, ultimate power, performance, and reliability are needed. Optima Batteries. Did you know that there is a Petty high-performance speed shop? Petty's Garage specializes in offering products, state-of-the-art equipment, and personnel who have decades of racing experience. Whether you have a high-performance street car, a track car, or an all-out race car, visit the Petty's Garage website at pettysgarage.com to get all of your rides race day ready. Petty's Garage. Pirelli is thrilled to be the official tire partner of the Trans Am Series. At Pirelli, we know that power is nothing without control, and we're excited to showcase it. Pirelli, the official tire of Trans Am. And after a bit of a delay to clean up the aftermath of the incident here at the finish line for the last race, we're just about ready to release the cars for our next race, the groups 5A, 7, and 11. A total of 22 are on the starting grid. And here they come. Let's introduce them to you. Outside of row 11 is the 963 of Mark White, a Group 5 Chevron B63. Next to him, the 34 of Gary Gray in a Group 11 Radical SR8. In row 10, car 54, Jose Paredes in a Group 11 Elan DPO2. And number 6 is Ron Pace in a Group 7 Lola T492 496. In row 9, car 8A is Matthew Getzinger in a Group 5 Carber S2, and the 5 of Evan Pecore in a Group 11 Rush Spec Racer. In row 8, car 070 is Randy Alexander in his Group 5 March SP2000, And car number 8, David Putz in a Group 7 Chevron B21. In row 7, the 89 of Charles Duncan in a Group 5 Lola T9090. And the 069 of Owais Sadiq in a Lola B1090. In row 6, car 29 is John Gooden in a Lola B0790. And the 28 of Kurt Leverton in a Group 5 Carber S2. In row 5, car 262 is Kevin Leparski in another Carber S2. And the 9 of Jack Donnellan in a Group 11 Carber Sports Racer Prototype 2. In row 4, the 0 of Jeff Miller in his Group 7 Lola T496. And the 27 of Walter Volrath in a Group 7 Lola T290. Row 3 is car number 32, Thomas DePatchter in a Group 11 Elan DPO2. Next to Tim Roberts in the 213, that's another Group 11 car, an Orica FLM09. Row 2 on the outside is car 33, Joel Weinberger in a Group 7 Chevron B21. And the 7 of Ralph Lamacchia in a Group 11 Elan DPO2. On the front row, James French in the number 25 Group 11 Ligier JSP 320. And the pole sitter, car number 2, Travis Engen in his Audi R8 LMP. The field working its way through the carousel turn behind the safety car. After this race, we have 2 more to go. The Group 1, 3, 4, 5B and Miata race comes up right after this. And then the finale of the weekend will be the finale for the F4 U.S. Championship drivers and their brand new cars, as we debut the Ligier JSF 422 here this weekend. Lights are out on the safety car. He'll pull away from the field as the field begins to form up 2 by 2 for the rolling start. Safety car into the pit lane. The field pretty well formed up as they climb the hill. The starter's looking them over. Travis Engen and Ralph Lamacchia on the front row. And the flag flies. Excuse me, that is James French on the front row with Travis Engen. Travis gets the legs of that big Audi into the front as James French follows him through turn number 1. And they've opened up just a little gap over Joel Weinberger in his Chevron B21. These 3 groups of basically prototype race cars. The Group 5 car is the eldest of them, and then the slightly newer or more high-performance cars from Group 7 and the most contemporary cars from Group 11, all intermingled. Pretty good battle at the front. Travis Engen and James French swapping that lead. James with the advantage right now. Travis has retaken the top spot as they come down to the bottom of the hill. And the Audi really has its legs, so it should be able to pull away as they come across the line here to complete the first race lap. Third goes to Ralph Lamacchia in his Elan. Thomas DePadster in the number 32 is fourth. Joel Weinberger in fifth. Jeff Miller in sixth. Walter Volrath in seventh. Jack Donnellan, John Gooden, and Owais Sadiq are your top 10 after one lap. Tim Roberts, I believe, pulling into the pit lane after the first lap, so a problem for Roberts apparently. Travis Engen beginning to stretch the advantage over the Ligier JSP 320. That Audi R8 LMP, the dominant winner at the Le Mans 24 Hours for 5 years. Some juggling going on at about mid-pack as we had a bunch of cars running together. John Gooden is one of them. Owais Sadiq, Kevin Leparsky, Charles Duncan, Mark White, all running within a few seconds of each other. James French sets fast lap of the race on lap number 2. Just a fraction quicker than Travis Engen in front of him. Lamacchia pretty much all by himself in that third spot. Jeff Miller picks up a spot as he gets around Thomas DePadster, so Jeff Miller up to 5th. In the Kohler-powered Lola, number 0. Here's our 2 leaders on camera as they work their way down toward Canada Corner. As we have another car making his way into the pits, the 54 of Jose Paredes in his Elan DPO2 prototype lights car. So both he and Tim Roberts making an early call to the pits. Travis Engen resets fast lap of the race at a 2:05.4, about 0.3 quicker than James French, just behind. This great little 3-car dice we've been watching. Just coming up the hill towards start finish. John Gooden out in front of that group, but Charles Duncan, Mark White involved. Mark White at the front of it now. Charles Duncan, then John Gooden as Gooden gets shuffles back. Kevin Leparski just about 3 seconds in front of them. Charles Duncan and Mark White going side by side down into turn 3. Duncan in that red and black Lola. John Gooden in the group 11, number 29, gets back to the front of that little grouping. Again, as these cars showing their strengths in different places around the racetrack. Shuffling again, Gary Gray goes to the front of that little grouping in his Radical SR8. John Gooden about 3/4 of a second back in the Lola B0790. Then Mark White and Charles Duncan. This group maybe more so than any other group here with the biggest variety of exhaust notes from all these various power plants. Everything from little 2-liter 4-bangers and the carbers and the Some of the higher revving motors in some of the older cars, the Group 7 cars and the Group 11 cars with V8s. Our leaders have caught the back of the pack, so they're having to deal with some traffic. James French bottled up behind a couple of the Group 7 cars racing side by side down the front straightaway, so he has to check up a bit. That's given Travis Engen a little bit of an advantage to draw away to about a 2.5 second lead. Jeff Miller's been having a nice little dice with Joel Weinberger for 4th and 5th. There goes Jeff. And we got a car spinning down at turn number 5, facing the wrong direction. Car appears not to be able to get refired. We're going to see the white flag next time by. I think they're going to shorten this one just a little bit because we've got that stalled car there at the bottom of the hill at turn 5. Travis Engen sees the white flag, indicating one more lap to go. Yeah. We understand the car that spun there at turn 5 and is unfortunately stalled, sitting right there at the turn-in, is Ron Pace in his number 6 Lola. A C Sports racer. Here's the run up the hill to the checkered flag. Travis Engen holds off the late challenge from James French. Margin of victory, just about a second and a tenth. 4 cars in that class. The 11 GTP2 class, Travis Engen taking the win, James French second. Gary Gray should be good for third. Tim Roberts retired after just 1 lap. In the 7 U2 class, the 0 of Jeff Miller looks like he's going to take the win over Joel Weinberger in the 33 Chevron. Walter Vollrath in the Kodak livery number 27 Lola, and Ron Pace, the car who's sitting counter race there at turn 5. In 11 GTP4, Jack Donnellan taking the win over Awais Sadiq in the 069 Lola. John Gooden in the 29 takes third. Evan Picor in the 5 takes fourth. In the Group 5 S2, Kevin Leparsky, your winner, over Charles Duncan in the 89. Matthew Getzinger in the 8A comes home third. Just one more Group 11, the GTP3 class. Ralph Lamacchia taking the win in the number 7. Thomas DePadster finishes in second spot. Jose Paredes retired after lap 2 to take third place honors. Check out Pirelli Street Tires. Enjoy the tradition, technology, and innovation on your daily driver. If you're looking for performance tires for the winter or summer, check out the Pirelli lineup. Pirelli, the official street tire of SVRA. Pristine Auction is a family-owned online auction specializing in autographed memorabilia, sports cards, coins, art, and collectibles. The company works directly with leading authentication companies to ensure authenticity. Pristine Auction offers several online auction formats with thousands of auctions ending each day. For more information, visit pristineauction.com. Pristine Auction is the official sports memorabilia online auction for SpeedTour. Schultz's fuel cells are designed and manufactured in the United States to be safer, last longer, and outperform other fuel cells. Grab a copy of SpeedTour Quarterly magazine, and you'll find a great article about the company and Schultz's incredible motorsports history. Schultz Engineered Products, the official racing fuel cell of SVRA. Speedcom has firsthand experience in understanding the needs of competitors, both behind the wheel and in the pits, and the incredible demands required of equipment and reliable communications in all forms of racing. Stop by and see them in the paddock. Speedcom, the official radio of SVRA. Summit Racing Equipment has millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anywhere, anytime. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy at the World's Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Summit Racing, the official high-performance parts source for SVRA. Sunoco offers a full line of racing gasoline, formulas, and accessories, no matter what type of racing you partake in. Sunoco can meet your fuel needs. Sunoco, the official fuel of SVRA. And our final SVRA race of the day, just about to get underway. This is for groups 1, 3, 4, and 5B. And then a gaggle of Miatas coming in the second wave. A total of 25 cars eligible for this one. Starting in row 13 is the 54 of Jose Paredes in his Miata. In row 12, the 18A of Julie Dahmer in her NB Miata, and the 93 of Michael Tomei in an NA Miata. In row 11, the 77 of Alan Schomer in the NB, and the 143 of Patrick O'Hara in an NA. In row 10 is car 91, Mike Stagel in an NB, and Benjamin Ficht in car number 36. He's in an NA. And the pole sitter of the Miata wave is the number 14 of Tony Fernetti in an NB. Now for the front 17 positions. Kevin McNiff at the tail end of the first wave in the number 140 in a Group 3 Opel Manta. In row 8 is car number 7, Evan Hubachek in his Group 1 Morris Mini. Car 95 next to him is Josh Bowler in a Group 5 Lotus 23B. In row 7, car 59, Joe Steifel in a Group 1 Austin Healey Sprite. That's a frog eye. Next to him, car 12, Jeffrey Butzer in a Group 3 Porsche 914-4. Row 6 has the 331 of Dan Powell in a Group 3 Austin Healey 3000. And another Austin Healey 3000 right alongside, number 202, that's Eileen Wetzel. In row 5, car 1 is Alan Tom in a Group 3 Alfa Romeo Giulia, and the number 50 of Robert Wagner in an Austin Healey 3000. In row 4, on the outside, 34 is Chris Candy in his Group 3 Porsche 356B Roadster. Another 356 alongside is the 01 of Jamie Jackson. In row 3, car 12A is Bob Van Zelst in a Porsche 356 Speedster, and the 106 of R. Scott McQueen in his red Austin Healey 106, the Big Healey. Now for the front two rows. On row 2, the outside, the 33 of Joel Weinberger in his Porsche 356B, alongside another 356B of George Ballback. That's car number 0. And on the front row, car 26, Matthew Getzinger in his Group 5 Laboa, and the pole sitter is the number 33B of Ethan Alexander in his Group 5 LeGrand. "22 of the 25 have elected to play here, it looks like. Evan Hubachek will be the last of the first wave cars in the 14th starting position. His Group 1 Morris Mini, 1974 vintage. flag flies. Ethan Alexander and Joel Weinberger, first across the line. As they make their way down toward turn number 1. And then the Miatas coming up the hill. They'll see the green flag just behind this group. So it looks like Matthew Getzinger and his Laboa did not make the grid. So Ethan Alexander in that Legrand. And here come the Miatas to the stripe, and they see the green flag as well. Ethan Alexander out in front in that Legrand with Joe Weinberger in his Porsche in second spot. Scott McQueen right behind in the Austin Healey 100. Bob Van Zelst in his 356 Speedster in fourth. Chris Candy in his 356 is fifth. Alan Tom in the Alfa Romeo Giulia up to sixth. Eileen Wetzel in her Austin Healey 3000 with Robert Reigner right behind. In fact, we have three 3000s all in a row there. Wetzel, Wagner, and Dan Powell in the 331. Evan Hubacek in the Group 1 Mini. Number 7 is 10th. Jeff Lombard in his Austin Healey Mark II, followed by Joe Steifel in the Bug-Eye Sprite. Kevin McNiff in the Opel Manta. Jeffrey Butzer in the Porsche 914-6. That's the end of the first wave. Tony Fornetti comes by in the lead of the Mazda as he's got just about 3 seconds already in hand over Benjamin Ficht. Mike Stagel, next in the order. Alan Schomer, Patrick O'Hara, Michael Tomei, and Julie Dahmer with Jose Paredes bringing up the rear. Standing yellow flag being shown here at start finish as we had a slow car rolling down alongside the pit wall. It was Bob Van Zelst in the number 12, 12A Porsche Speedster. He's in a place of safety at the pit exit, so they're going to withdraw the yellow and let him race here. Ethan Alexander well out in front in that Group 5 F-modified Legrand. Joel Weinberger still in second spot by about 4 seconds over Scott McQueen in the big Healy in the 106. Bob Van Zelst and Scott McQueen crossed the line virtually in a dead heat, 1/1000th of a second apart, but Van Zelst was slowing as the field passed him by. Chris Candy in the number 34. It's about 13 seconds up the road in his Porsche. Alan Tom in the Alfa Romeo. Crossed the line side by side with Candy. Eileen Wetzel and Robert Wagner and Dan Powell, all within a few seconds of each other in the 3 Austin Healey 3000s. Kevin McNiff in the Opel Manta, who started at the back of the front wave, has picked off a couple cars. Evan Hubachek and Jeff Lombard have been passed by the vanguard of the Miata wave, as Tony Fornetti, the leader of the Miatas, is up to 11th overall now. Joe Stiefel in the Bug-Eye Sprite. Jeffrey Butzer in his Porsche 914-4 have also dropped down the order a bit. Chris Candy and Alan Tom just coming by, nose to tail. About a quarter of a second separate those two in the battle for 4th position, and they're in the same class, so that's a battle for position. Candy in that sort of cream-colored Porsche. Tom in the red Alfa Romeo Giulia. They're heading down the hill under the Sargento Bridge. As they head down toward turn 5. Candy's car probably a little better aerodynamically, and so has a bit of an advantage. Actually, Eileen Wetzel is not that far behind them in the Healey 3000. She's the lead of the 3 Healey 3000s. Weinberger's 33 Porsche is being eyeballed by the corner workers for possibly showing a little smoke out of the rear of the car. There's Hubachek in the Mini, running in 12th position, as he's just behind the top 2 in the Miata wave. Tony Fornetti continues to charge his way forward. He's into the top 10 in that number 14 NB Miata. I'm sorry, that was Ethan Alexander in the Legrand Mark 8 that's being observed for smoke. It's another 33. It's the 33B. White flag next time by, we understand. Kevin McNiff in that number 140 Opel Manta, being hounded by a couple of the Miatas, Mike Stagel in the number 91 NB and Alan Schomer in the 77 NB. Just behind him, Schomer actually a little quicker than Stagel on that last lap. In the contested classes, the 3C production class for the Porsches and the Healey 3000s, Joel Weinberger leading it as he comes across the line. In fact, Weinberger, I think, has taken the lead of the race. He has, as he passed Ethan Alexander in that Legrand. There was a report that Alexander might be showing a little smoke, and it could be that he's backed off. Yeah, he's almost 20 seconds off, or 10 seconds off his best lap. So Ethan Alexander nursing that car to the finish. So Joel Weinberger in the Porsche number 33 takes over the top spot as they set off on their final lap. Scott McQueen in the 106, red Healey 106. Oh, great battle between Chris Candy, Eileen Wetzel, and Robert Wagner as they cross the line 3 abreast. Alan Tom in the Alfa Romeo there as well. There's Chris Candy as he retakes the lead over Alan Tom, but Eileen Wetzel is right there alongside that Alfa Romeo. She's got a little more legs down the hill toward turn 5 as this threesome Tom and Candy are in the same class. Eileen Wetzel is in a different category. She's in the 3C production class, whereas Candy and Tom are in the 3E production class. Yeah, they're going to race right to the flag here as Alan Tom goes deep on the brakes down into turn 8. That little Alfa is pretty handy. As they bend it through the carousel turn, Chris Candy in the Porsche stretching his legs just a bit. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th in the overall as they go through the kink for the final time at speed. Oh, Alan Tom goes right out to the edge of the exit curbing at the kink. That top-heavy little Alpha would not be one you'd want to drop a wheel off at that high-speed portion of the racetrack. But Tom got a great run through Kettle Bottoms down into Canada, and he's made up some of the ground on Chris Candy. So as they hit turn 14 and begin to climb the hill, checkered flag's been shown to Joel Weinberger, Ethan Alexander, and Scott McQueen. And it awaits the battle that we've been following. And here is Chris Candy in 4th. And just at the stripe, Eileen Wetzel pips Alan Tom to take 5th. Alan Tom back to 6th. Joel Weinberger, Eileen Wetzel, and Robert Wagner are your top 3 in the CC production class. In 3D production, Scott McQueen in the 106 and Jeffrey Butzer in the 12. Chris Candy takes the win in E production over Alan Tom by a close margin, only a 1.5 seconds. And in the Miatas, the NBs, Tony Fernetti takes the win over Mike Stagel and Alan Schomer. And in the NAs, the 36 of Benjamin Ficht over the 143 of Patrick O'Hara and the 93 of Michael Tomei. One more race to go, and it's the finale for the F4 U.S. Championship as they're getting gridded down at the false grid. Since 1979, Tire Rack has been helping people find the right tires, wheels, and other performance parts. With their distribution centers packed with 26 tire and 60 wheel brands, they will be able to deliver what you need. Their prices are competitive, and their expertise is unmatched. Tire Rack, the official tire store of SVRA. A family-owned business since 1945, Trailers of the East Coast are in it for the long haul. Whether you're looking for adventure, a home away from home, or simply want to transport cargo from point A to point B, the Trailers of East Coast are ready to walk beside you every step of the way. Expect next-level products, next-level service, and next-level customer team to pull ahead with Trailers of the East Coast. Whether you're in need of a trailer, parts, or service, rest assured that Trailers of the East Coast has got you covered. For more information about Trailers of the East Coast, be sure to visit us online at trailerseast.com. Trailers of the East Coast, the official trailer partner of SVRA. Vintco keeps vintage motorcycle riders on their bikes and on the track. Focused exclusively on the vintage market, Vintco utilizes and manufactures a wide range of new, high-quality components to help customers with maintenance or restoration projects. Vintco, the official vintage motorcycle parts company of SVRA. Race Logic designs and manufactures electronic systems to measure, record, display, analyze, and simulate data from moving vehicles. V-Box solutions have become an industry standard way to measure speed, position, distance, and acceleration. Applications include driver coaching and race series management. V-Box, the official driver data and video logging company of SVRA. Since 1989, WeatherTech has been providing the best in automotive protection and vehicle accessories. True to its promise of quality and craftsmanship, through its commitment to American-made auto, home, and pet products, they're known for their floor liner and cup phones. The company continues to push industry boundaries with superior design, innovation, and engineering. WeatherTech, official interior vehicle protection company for SVRA and Trans Am. Our final race of the weekend is the finale for the the F4 United States Championship. I'll get it right, as we've got 7 drivers about ready to do battle for the 3rd time this weekend. Let's introduce the starters to you. Starting 7th is the number 13, Barrett Wolf, the Chicagoan, currently living in Las Vegas for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row 3, 44, Pablo Benitez Jr., the 2nd generation racer out of Rosario, Argentina for Scuderia Buell. Next to him, the 54 of Lincoln Day out of Wilson, Wyoming, Jackson Hole basically, for the MLT Motorsports team. A winner already this weekend is starting alongside him, or excuse me, on the outside of row 2. That's the 15 of Nicholas Stati from Dalkeith, Australia for Crosslink Kiwi. Alex Crosby in the number 41 from Invercargill, I'll get it right, New Zealand for Crosslink Kiwi. The front row, the number 46 of Connor Roberts. He's been on the podium twice this weekend from LaGrange, Georgia, sponsored by ApexSpeed.com and Entropy Sellers for Team Roberts Racing. And the pole sitter, car number 24, is Daniel Quimby from Sydney, Australia. He's a 15-year-old, sponsored by Cruise America, MIR Raceline, Fiji Airways, and Galvanize Insurance for the Atlantic Racing team. Quimby, Stati, and Roberts have had all of the podiums between the 3 of them. Pablo Benitez Jr. has finished 4th twice. Lincoln Day's finished 5th twice. Alex Crosby has finished 6th twice, and Barrett Wolf has finished 7th twice. So just a little bit of a checkerboard at the front of the field. Quimby with a 2nd and a win in the most recent round. Stati won the 1st round, finished 3rd in the 2nd. Connor Roberts with a 3rd and a 2nd. So let's see if we have some different podium finishers at the end of this race. As we remember, we'll be doing the podium for the JS F4 finale race after the podium for this race. The field weaving its way behind the safety car. Remember, this is a rolling rather than a standing start for this new car, as we're working out some kinks in the clutch engagement.
So is that because of a new gearbox or motor combination?
All of the above.
Okay.
So yeah, the gearbox is a known quantity, but the Mo was telling me the clutch is a 2-disc clutch, and it's a little bitey, and they're going to see what they can do to smooth that out a little bit, so these drivers are not so prone to stalling the car. And with a standing start, that's not a good thing. Yeah, that was another issue that he mentioned. This car, the new car, has a movable pedal box, and a lot of the teams not taking advantage of that. And the pedals may be a little too far away, and the guy's got his foot fully extended to get the clutch fully disengaged, and that could be part of the issue as well. So it's a combination of team and driver education, as well as seeing if there's anything they can do to make that clutch engagement a little more linear.
And obviously good quality and good supply quantity of these cars, and more cars coming in the summer.
That's exactly right. They've got 3 more under construction as we speak, and they expect 3 more after that before the end of the season. So fingers crossed, we'll have a bunch more of them by the time we get to COTA. Nicely formed up as the field now under the control of the front row of Daniel Quimby and Connor Roberts. Safety car is in the pit lane. Starters looking them over. This race will be 27 minutes as we're trying to get finished by the 5 o'clock hour. Just cresting the top of the hill. Starters looking them over. We wait, we watch. And there's the green. Daniel Quimby with maybe a nose ahead of Connor Roberts as they head down toward turn number 1, but behind they are 3 wide. A little diving and shuffling by Barrett Wolf as he's trying to find an opening. And it looks like it's going to be Quimby sweeping through in the lead as they go over the Aaron's Tunnel. Everybody's together now. Quimby, then Roberts. Right behind him is, I believe that's Alex Crosby. Nicholas Staddy got shuffled back to 4th, I believe, but we'll sort that out as they come under the Sargento Bridge. Down the hill they come for the first time into turn 5. A 3-car scrum at the front. Quimby still in the lead as he guards that inside line. They go 3 wide up the hill to turn 6 under the bridge. Quimby still holding on. Tiptoeing around the outside is Roberts. With Staddy, I think that's Crosby again, right up behind them, but we'll sort it out when they come back by us. As they head down into turn number 8, now line astern. Close battle for that second spot as they work their way through the carousel turn. Quimby, a little wider line through the carousel, his car seeming to like that as they go right out to the edge at the exit under the Mission Foods Bridge and into the kink. 2 cars dropping off the back, Barrett Wolf, I think, and Lincoln Day, but we'll sort them all when they come to our vantage point. Lincoln Day making a move on Barrett Wolf. But it looks like Quimby, who won the race earlier today, might be in a position to lead him across the line on the first lap. Pablo Benitez Jr., I believe, has worked his way up into 3rd here, but we'll get him as they come across the line. It is Quimby, Roberts, and Benitez who sets the fast lap of the race. Nicholas Staddy in 4th, Alex Crosby back in 5th. As those 3 cars together, as Benitez looking to take over 2nd spot, goes around the inside of Connor Roberts. They're still side by side as they go down the hill. Daniel Quimby trying to cling to that lead as they go out of turn number 3. And the 2 cars at the back having a great battle. Lincoln Day and Barrett Wolf slicing and dicing as they make it through the 3rd turn. Looks like it's going the way of Barrett Wolf at the moment. Benitez shuffles back to 3rd behind Quimby and Roberts. Up the hill they go, under the Corvette Bridge. It's interesting how down the hill those cars kind of separate, and then the 4th and 5th place cars able to get right back on their tail as they climb the hill to turn 6, down toward turn 7 now. And turn 8, should I say. Quimby and Roberts squabbling over the lead. Pablo Benitez Jr. right there to pick up the pieces in the Scuderia Buell number 44. Top 5 cars pretty much nose to tail. Barrett Wolf has fallen off the back of the field, I believe. It looked like Lincoln Day was by himself. Yeah, here comes Day, and Barrett Wolf off the pace just a little bit. They come through Canada nose to tail as the top 5 cars work their way through the Bill Mitchell Bend, coming down into turn 14. Across the line to complete race lap number 2. It is Connor Roberts. Benitez gets a nose ahead of Daniel Quimby at the line. Nicholas Stati, though, sets the fast lap of the race from 4th. So Stati there with a possibility. Benitez gets shuffled back to 3rd by Daniel Quimby. It's Connor Roberts at the point. Connor has yet to win, although he's been on the podium in both races. Could this be the rubber match that allows him to jump to the top step? Lots of racing left to go. Still almost 22 minutes. Roberts guarding the inside. Quimby trying to go around the outside as they snake out of turn 5 and climb the hill once again. Now the positions are reversed and Quimby slots into the lead.
Of course, with these cars using a little bit less aero dependent, much more mechanical grip based cars.
Yep.
We can see a lot of these toes will help even on the straightaway in a straight line, but the cornering speeds are so similar.
Yep.
In line, you're not as dependent on making sure you got some clean air. So I think that's why you see a lot of the freight train here in the top 5 cars being able to be consistent. But this car making its debut here has been impressive all weekend long.
Yep. That's one of the things that we've heard from the teams as well, is that for a brand new race car, the fact that they've been, touch wood, relatively trouble-free is certainly a testament to the engineering work that Ligier's done to bring these to the racetrack. And these top 5 drivers just feeling each other out at this point. Nobody getting away and nobody being dropped from that group of 5. At the moment, at least, with Daniel Quimby looking for his second win in a row, perhaps. But I think Connor Roberts hopes to have something to say about that. As they come to the line and stay single file, there goes Roberts alongside Quimby now. As they come down toward turn number 1, Roberts has the lead cleanly as he made the pass from the outside, and he'll take over the top spot. Exiting turn 1 over the Aaron's Tunnel. And here comes Connor Roberts at the point. Quimby. Oh, they drop a wheel off at the outside, but everybody continues. That's going to cost momentum, though, in a critical part of this racetrack, as Quimby and Roberts are locked together side by side down the hill toward turn 5. Benitez trying to decide which one he's going to follow, or is he going to make it 3 wide down into turn 5? Nope, he stays single file. Nicholas Stati and Alex Crosby right there as part of it. Roberts maintains the lead. Oh, but then goes a little wide at the exit. Here they come down into 7. It looks like Roberts, Quimby, and Benitez.
Turn 6 is reporting that there was some slight side-to-side contact there, tire to tire.
Yep.
And it was pretty close quarters, elbows up there underneath the Corvette bridge for sure.
You betcha. Nicholas Staddy in that 4th position with Alex Crosby sticking right with him. Crosby having his best race of the weekend so far. Just needs to get it to the finish. Connor Roberts leading for a good portion of this last lap and a half. Benitez goes just a little wide at the exit of turn 14. That may cost him just a touch of momentum. Connor Roberts fading over to driver's left, trying to avoid giving up that inside line to the first turn. Right now they're going to stay single file as they run in. Now popping out is Quimby, thinking about trying to go the long way around, but then falls back in single file. He goes a little wide, but that should give him a good run down the hill over the tunnel. Quimby looking for a way around. Benitez with Nicholas Staddy now right alongside him. Alex Crosby there to pick up the pieces if anybody makes a miscue. Once again, side by side down the hill. Quimby on the inside, Roberts on the outside. Quimby late on the brakes, has a nose ahead, but they may open the door for Benitez to get under the 2 of them. Benitez and Nicholas Staddy duking it out. Alex Crosby right there at the tail end of this grouping. I think these drivers are feeling each other out a little bit, trying to determine where they're stronger, where their competitor may be weaker. Of course, we've talked about it all day long. This is the last race of the weekend. They're on tired tires for the most part. Who can handle that the best? Lap times, Connor Roberts on the last lap was a 2:15.4. This car is, at this stage, about 3 seconds a lap faster than its predecessor in race conditions. Yeah, looks like we did have a lead change as Daniel Quimby got into the top spot in front of Connor Roberts. Benitez in the Scuderia Buell liveried machine right there in third. Then Staddy. Then Crosby. Across the line they come. Connor Roberts with a nose ahead. Pablo Benitez Jr. scored in second. Daniel Quimby just behind him as they fan out too wide down into turn one. It is Roberts. Quimby goes extremely wide there at turn number one. That's going to open the door for Benitez, I think. And Nicholas Stati's going to try to put his nose in there in the battle for third. And here comes Alex Crosby trying to make it 3 wide at the exit of 3. Down the hill they come. Roberts, then Quimby, then this trio of Crosby, Stati, and Pablo Benitez. And Stati gets it done. He moves around Benitez up into the third spot. Barrett Wolf is resurgent after falling back early. Looked like he was going to have to give that up to Lincoln Day. He is back in contact with him in the battle for the final 2 spots, 6th and 7th. But we stay with this battle at the front with Connor Roberts looking strong here. Alex Crosby up into that 4th spot, but that car looks a little tail happy to me. We'll see if he's dealing with some handling issues with perhaps worn tires. Just about 14 minutes remain on the clock as the top 3 beginning to put a little distance on the battle for 4th. Oh, going wide. I think that was Benitez. It might have been Quimby. I think it was Benitez, though, that went a little bit wide. Nope, Benitez is in 2nd, so that was Crosby who went a little bit wide. As we're at the halfway point of this one. Up the hill they come. Connor Roberts at the point. I believe that's Pablo Benitez now in 2nd. Nope, that's Daniel Quimby in 2nd. Really? Okay. Pablo Benitez in 2nd, Nicholas Stati in 3rd, Alex Crosby 4th, Quimby back to 5th now, Lincoln Day, and then Barrett Wolf. So Stati now up into 2nd spot, shuffling Benitez back to 3rd, followed by Alex Crosby and Daniel Quimby now at the tail end of this 5-car battle. Meanwhile, Connor Roberts setting fast lap of the race on that last circuit. Trying to get away, build up a little bit of a cushion as we're into the final 12.5 minutes. This group beginning to spread out just a little bit. Again, I think the aging tires perhaps giving these drivers a little bit more of a challenge. Nicholas Stati, though, doing a good job just biding his time, getting up into that 2nd position. Around the carousel turn they go. Through the kink, right out to the edge. Quimby got a little bit too wide there at the exit of the kink, but kept it on the black part. Out of Canada Corner and into Thunder Valley. Not quite as tightly packed as they were just a couple laps ago, as they make the run up the hill with about 11 minutes remaining. Staddy looking for an opening here behind Connor Roberts. Great battle between Barrett Wolf and Lincoln Day. They're side by side as well. Alex Crosby sets the fast lap of the race from 4th. Perhaps he's got something to say. Oh, Barrett Wolf sweeps around the outside of Lincoln Day to take over that 6th position. Turn our attention back to the lead group. Down the hill they come. Nicholas Stati in 2nd. Then Benitez. Then Crosby. Dropping off the back of that group is Daniel Quimby. I think Quimby's tires may be toast.
Quimby was pushing pretty hard middle stages of this race, just trying to keep up with them. I think it may have abused the front tires a little bit.
Yep.
Seems like he's got a little bit of an understeer condition with that car, a little bit dropping off. He's got to back the corner up a little bit more than usual. You see on the exit there, pushing wide on the exit. So a little bit less front grip with that car. Certainly you can overheat these tires a little bit too.
You bet.
Sometimes you got to back off and just let them cool for a lap or two before you regain the charge. But a little bit of an understeer situation for Quimby, dropping off the top 4. So the top 4 going to race this one out for 3 spots on the podium.
The battle's on for 2nd as Nicholas Stati coming under serious pressure from Pablo Benitez as they make the run down toward Canada Corner with just under 10 minutes remaining. Benitez looking for any opening there. And Alex Crosby hanging right in there in that 4th spot. There's Quimby just falling off the back of this battle just a bit. I think he realizes his chances are not great unless there's a yellow, as the 4 in front seem to have a little more tire under them as they come across the line to complete race lap number 8. No change in the order. Roberts, Staddy, Benitez, and Crosby in that lead draft. Now side by side as they go to turn 1, 2 abreast. Going around the outside is Nicholas Staddy. I think he was able to take the lead here as they go over the Aaron's tunnel. Yes, Staddy at the point. Roberts trying to get it back as they go through turn 3. Benitez and Crosby right there to pick up the pieces if these two come to tears. Coming to the bridge. 8.5 minutes remaining. Down the hill they come. 2 abreast for the lead. Staddy. That's Roberts on the outside. That's Benitez trying to follow him through. They tuck back in single file as they head toward turn 6. But Alex Crosby looking for his best finish of the weekend for sure, as he's solidly up into that 5th spot and very much in contention for a podium. Keep an eye on Daniel Quimby. Makes me wonder if he's saying, I'm just going to back off a little bit, run in clear air, let these tires cool down just a bit, and have something for the end. But Connor Roberts getting some legs here through Kettle Bottoms as he works his way down toward Canada Corner.
Could Crosby doing kind of the same thing as Quimby, maybe just letting those tires cool off a little bit, let the first 3 kind of tussle it out a little bit, and pounce when you need to.
Benitez had a little bit of a slide as that car got sideways on him at the exit of Canada Corner. Benitez looks like he got a good run, though, through 14. And he's right on the back of Nicholas Staddy as they come to the line. Staddy now in the lead over Roberts, Benitez, and Crosby in that order. Roberts and Benitez going side by side into turn 1. It's like Roberts able to hold him off. So Nicholas Staddy has gotten to the front here. But lots of racing left to go, about 6.5 minutes. Staddy getting away just ever so slightly. But Crosby looking for his best finish of the weekend and maybe have something to say with about the podium conversation. And I believe you're absolutely right, Eric. Daniel Quimby just set his personal best, a 2:14.3. I think he's playing a little cat and mouse game with these drivers. He's quicker than everybody in front of him. So Quimby maybe being a little crafty here. Let's see if he can work some magic.
I think the issue is you're going to have to hope that they start battling up in front of you to kind of break the air up a little bit. I know that the toe's not as big of a deal with these F4 cars, but you still have a little bit of that toe on these long Road America straightaways. He's going to need them to start battling it out.
Yeah.
And have them get side by side a little bit. I think he's almost dropped a little too far off right now, but at the same time, Alex Crosby's kind of starting to back up into him too a little bit.
Yep.
You don't know if Crosby, like we said, has abused his tires or is he saving a little bit here, planning on the top 3 to fight it out. And what did we see earlier with a 3-wide attempt at a finish earlier in the afternoon? Hopefully we won't repeat that type of incident, but you've got to have the expectation that these leaders are going to start to fight it out a little bit.
Yeah, exactly right. As we will probably see the white flag next time by. So coming up on 2 laps to go. Status quo with Staddy, Roberts, Benitez, and Crosby. And timing and scoring is telling us we will see the white next time. Very much a 4-car race at the front as Quimby kind of falls off the tail end of that. Lincoln Day and Barrett Wolf continue their great battle for 5th and 6th, or 6th and 7th, excuse me. Good battle for 2nd as Roberts and Benitez battling it out. Here comes Benitez. He's going to try to go around the outside this time as Roberts guards that inside line down into turn 5. Up the hill towards 6. Look at Crosby. He's looking racy. He's thinking about diving the inside of Benitez. We understand Quimby has gone off at turn 3. So whatever problems Quimby had, it looks like he's been able to get the car rolling again. So it's a 4-car battle here at the kink. Nicholas Staddy coming down the hill toward Canada Corner. Right behind him, Connor Roberts. Then a little bit of a gap. Kind of a 2-car breakaway here at the front. Actually, that's Pablo Benitez up into 2nd spot, as there was a little shuffling there at the bottom of the hill in the run down to 5 and up the hill to 6. Here we go. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. So Staddy, Benitez, Roberts, and Crosby in that order. Into turn 1. They stay single file. All 4 of them go right out to the edge of the track. Lincoln Day out in front of Barrett Wolf with Daniel Quimby all the way back to 7th after his miscue here at turn 3. Under the Sargento Bridge. It looks like Staddy and Benitez are going to try to settle it between them. Pablo Benitez looking for his first podium of the weekend. They're side by side. Benitez forces his way through. Staddy goes wide. That's going to open the door for Roberts. Up the hill they go. Benitez in the lead. Staddy in second. Roberts inside him. Staddy goes wide again. He might let them both through as Alex Crosby tries to follow Roberts through.
You wonder if him going a little bit wide there got some debris on his tires and had to scrub them off and just lost enough of a speed difference there on the exit of 6. Now can Crosby attack?
Yeah, exactly right. On the final lap here, Pablo Benitez looking for not only a podium but a win here for Scuderia Buell. That's his dad's race company. Pablo looking to award the Scuderia Buell crew with their first victory in this championship. But it ain't over till they cross the line. And that battle for the final step on the podium is a dandy between Connor Roberts and Alex Crosby. Actually, that's Staddy back into the 3rd spot, excuse me. Staddy and Crosby battling for the final step on the podium. Here they come in the run to the line. 3rd place is very much in contention.
Crosby went in deep into 14. Not sure if that's going to slow him down. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the toe here.
They come to the stripe, the checkered flag in the air. It is Pablo Benitez, Connor Roberts, Nicholas Staddy, and Alex Crosby. The 4 of them just under 2 seconds at the stripe. We'll wait for the final duo to come. Lincoln Day and Barrett Wolf have been swapping their positions back and forth as they come to the line, and it's Lincoln Day by about a car length over Barrett Wolf. Daniel Quimby, after his miscue at turn 3, is going to fall back to 7th position. All right, I'm going to head down to the podium. We're going to do this podium and the podium for the earlier race of the JSF 4s. Eric, I leave the booth in your good hands.
Thank you, sir. We'll send John down to victory podiums here in just a few moments. Always fun to celebrate at the end of the day today. In case inquiring minds would like to know, it's an all Penske front row at the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. The Thirsty Threes have gone fastest in IMS history with a 2:34.2 to sit the pole with the Pennzoil Penske Chevy. Will Power second, Joseph Newgarden third. Kyle Larson will start 5th in the 108th Indianapolis 500. Graham Rahal will start 33rd after Nolan Siegel wrecked in turn 2 on the final qualifying lap of the last row challenge. So Nolan Siegel will miss the Indianapolis 500. Catherine Legg qualified in the 31st position. Last row is Legg, Erickson, and Rahal. Going to be a good Indianapolis 500 next Sunday on Memorial Day weekend. Can't wait to have the NTT IndyCar Series here the second weekend of June. Just 3 weeks from today. The Expel Grand Prix of Road America presented by AMR and the NTT IndyCar Series. Tickets still available at roadamerica.com. Come join us. One of the fastest weekends of the year. Going to be a great time. Moto America in just 2 weeks. May 31st through the 2nd of June. Always a great time as well. Vintage Moto Fest on Saturday. Vintage Ride-In Bike Show. Going to be a good time in 2 weeks from now. The podium celebrations just a few moments away here at Road America.
Celebrations underway. Nicholas, don't get too undressed. We're going to bring you up here for the podium celebration, so we'll ask you to put that driver's suit back on. Nicholas Statti's got a win and a podium and 2 other podiums for the weekend, finishing in 3rd spot. Yeah, you bet. Let's hear it. Probably the best race of the weekend from our standpoint. I'm sure you're a little disappointed, but boy, there was great battling going on throughout the race.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I had to work my way through the field. Unfortunately, last lap I lost the lead. Yeah.
Anybody to thank?
I just like to thank AGI Sport and Kiwi Cross.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nicholas Statti, your 3rd place finisher, his 2nd podium to go along with a win this weekend. For a while, we thought Connor Roberts might break through for his 1st win on the weekend, but he's got 3 podiums to account for. Connor Roberts, your 2nd place finisher. A little closer. You had the lead for a while.
Yeah, you know, the car felt really good. I feel like I could have won this race, but definitely as a fault of my own. I made a couple of mistakes that really cost me some opportunities to make some positions. And so, yeah, that's really all it comes down to. I mean, the car was good, the racing was good, so all around it was a good race.
Looked like everybody was struggling with tires at the end. Everybody was having a little trouble with grip, I think.
Yeah, and the aero wash in these cars is larger than I would have expected it to be, and so through the carousel it was really difficult to keep tires on, especially the left front really goes off after 3 laps behind another car.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, my sponsors, ApexSpeed.com and Mobile Electronics, and my father and our team over at Team Roberts Racing. They do a great job for me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sweep of the podiums, 3 podiums on the weekend for Connor Roberts. However, we have a first-time winner, ladies and gentlemen, Pablo Benitez Jr. Pablo, you've been close all weekend. You finally get to the front top step of the podium.
It's amazing. I don't believe this. I can't believe this. We the Mesa changed for race 2, and it was bad. It was really bad. We had no pace, so we came back and we made some little changes for the final, hoping it would be good, and it was amazing.
Fantastic job. Anybody you'd like to thank for your first win?
Well, the team, they worked so hard. Thank you for all of them. My grandparents for making this possible, and yeah, all the people here.
Congratulations, a first-time winner, ladies and gentlemen, Pablo Benitez Jr. We've got one more award to give out, the Omologato Perfectly Timed to move of the race, but we'll get the hat dance out of the way before we make that presentation. Ligier hats on all of our drivers. I think everybody is happy to see this car make it through the weekend and no mechanical issues. And the Radford Racing School, sponsor of our scholarship, the Carts to Cars scholarship for our drivers coming into this championship for the first time. All right, let's make the Omologato Award. Once again, just to remind you, this award is voted on by the stewards for the driver who's had the best overall weekend, and the stewards have awarded this to Connor Roberts. Congratulations. It's time for the champagne celebration or the sparkling water celebration. Let's have one more round of applause for Nicholas Statti, Connor Roberts, and Pablo Benitez Jr. Pablo's a happy guy. Well deserved. We do have one more podium celebration for the drivers who finished first through third in the Ligier JSF4 Championship earlier today. But we'll give these winning team owners an opportunity to get a photograph or two. Viva Scuderia Buell, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we've got one more podium to do, and this was for the Ligier JSF4 finale for the weekend. Our top three finishers came across the line kind of in a bunch and in pieces in a couple of cases, but nonetheless, let's acknowledge them. Our third place finisher from Cross Lake Kiwi Motorsports, Kekai Hawanio. Kekai. Congratulations, I think.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, this one will be settled in the steward's room, and they have not made a final determination yet. But hey, we got to honor the guys who came across the line first, whether you were sideways or in line, and you were third one across the stripe.
Yeah, it was a good race. I got out front early and led most of the race till Miata got by, and then we ran her back down, got by her, and then we were 3 wide at the line.
Anybody to thank?
Of course, my grandpa for all the support, everything, anywhere transport, and of course, Crosslink Kiwi.
Congratulations. Third place finisher, Kekai Hawanio, ladies and gentlemen. Our second place finisher, also from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, Brad Badgman. Brad? Again, not the finish that any of us had hoped for, but you were the second one across the stripe.
Yep. No, it was a good race going from 11th. Good pace. Made some good decisions and managed to be there at the end. It's just a shame about the way that it ended.
Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just my family and everyone that's watching at home and supporting me all the late nights and the early mornings. Crosslink Kiwi, all my mechanics and the engine builders, yeah.
Well done, my friend.
Thank you.
Brad Manchman, your second place finisher, ladies and gentlemen. And the first driver across the stripe, his car, well, let's wait for this to get out of the way. Stay by. The first driver across the stripe, unfortunately, the car did not fare very well after that, but we're glad to see that Bacon Zelenka is on 2 legs. Bacon?
Well, I mean, it was an interesting race. Everyone's good. Happy to see that. Everyone's fine. The people are good. The car's been out people. We can fix the car. It's not,
We can fix the cars, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not terrible. Of course, everybody's going to do everything they can, right?
Exactly. You're coming to the line, 3 abreast. Things happen. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Of course, I have to thank the team. They did a great job. They're going to do an amazing job fixing the car. Hopefully, it's ever faster than ever. I got to thank my mom, of course, so the guys at Ligier, even the guys at Mountain Tune have helped me a lot. Steve's been great. Everyone that I know has helped me tremendously.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bacon Zelenka, first one across the line. That's another Crosslink Kiwi sweep of the podium. That's 2 wins and a podium for Kekai Hawanio. Brad Modgman with 2 podiums so far this season. Bacon Zelenka, 2 wins and 2 podiums. And before we have the celebration, we do have the announcement for the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. Once again, voted on by the stewards of the meeting for the driver who did the best job over the course of the weekend. And I'm pleased to present this award to Maite Casaras from International Motorsports. Congratulations, Maite. You led the race again.
Yes, difficult one. I don't agree with the guys that, sometimes it's difficult when they crash like that, not necessary at all. We are all running with, it's difficult to get the money to get here, so obviously I'm not that quite happy. Glad that we are all good, that's for sure. And
That's the most important thing.
yeah, thank you for this.
Congratulations. Maite Casaras, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we can have a little spraying celebration for our top 3 finishers. Kekai Hawanio, Brad Modgman, and Bacon Zelenka, all from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking with us throughout the course of the weekend. We hope to see you all at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for our next round, followed by my home track at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. On behalf of the staff and management of PMH Holdings and the 3 championships, I'm John Phippen. Great for being with you. I'll send it back up to Eric Miller in the tower for the final sign-off.
Thank you very much, John. Great working with you as always. Can't wait to see it fall vintage and can't wait to follow the Speed Tour all the way along, all season long, and can't wait to continue to watch these young drivers grow and progress through the ranks. And you saw them here first at the SVRA Speed Tour weekend at Road America here in 2024. We'll see you in 2 weeks for Moto America. The Superbikes are back. Of course, IndyCar in the week to follow that. In 3 weeks, June sprints and the rest of the Road America calendar all available at roadamerica.com. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Reminding you the race car spelled backwards is still race car. So long, everybody. Have a safe trip home.